the unknown, down the rabbit hole, where it stops no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, my lovely mi amor Michelle.
Hi, my babe. How are you?
So good to see you.
Always.
Tamara says, I love it still. It's pretty badass intro. I like that intro.
I could
Well,
tell.
hello, everybody in chat. And Princess Megan Elsa is here. Hi, Brandon. Hi, Corey. Hi, Dolly Bear. Hi, Pointer Lover. Hi, Lori. Shamia. Hi, Quinny.
Did you
Hi,
see that? It
Amanda.
was like, woof, chat just lit up on my end. It did. It was like
Oh, it
50
did?
names came in at once. Yeah.
Hi, Amelia. Hi, Party Cake.
Party cake.
Hi, Yorkie. Hi, Ava.
Yorkie.
Hi, Jen Lou. Hi, Miss K. Tamara, I think I said hi to Tamara. Hi, Tamara. Hi, Joseph. Hi, Vicky. Hi, Ellie. Pink Dahlia.
She's
Nice
here.
to see you. Hi, Maria. Hi, Carol Claus.
Babe.
Pointer Lover, I think I said hi to you. How do I already forget? It's like, boom, boom, boom. Hi, Joe. Hi, Cool Gamer.
What up, Joe?
Vicky. Hi, Lisa. Hi, B Crumbs.
Here's our Ellie. Let's see. Hey, Seth. Hey. Miss Jane Joe.
Did Seth pop in? I missed Seth.
Yeah. Oh, there's Alex. Hey,
Hold on,
Alex.
I'm going down to the bottom. Going down. Scrolling as fast as I can.
Oh, I keep forgetting. You go from top and I go from bottom. We do that all the time.
Yeah. Hi, Peyton. Hi, Amanda.
Peyton.
Hi, Queen.
Queen beat to you.
Hi, Sunset Gazing. Hi, Allie. Hi, Dina. Hi, Miss W. Hi, Seth. Hi, Glowbug. I like that Glowbug. Glowbug. Hi,
Oh,
Laura.
short
Hello from England. You sound like you're from London. Hi, Betty Joe. Hi, Debs, Jojo, Lexi Texi, welcome. Hi, Turtle Girl. Hi, Lupe. Hi, Tonka Girl. Hi, Chris. Oh, goodness.
Is that Miss
Goodness.
Amelia
Oh, goodness. Now my chat just skipped all over. I don't even know what happened.
I think Crime
was
Curious
crazy.
is here too.
Hi, Crime Curious. Good to see you. Good to see you. Hi, Yvette. Forever
Tiffany.
Jason's son. I feel ya.
Hey, Yvette.
Oh boy, you're gonna cover the West Boys, Gannon, and Lori. Woohoo! Oh goodness, has it been a hell of a week?
Jesus, take the wheel, okay?
Literally.
He's been driving. Amanda
Okay.
Page, how are you?
Hi, Jade. Hi, Shortcake. Okay, I don't know. Hopefully I didn't miss anybody. If I did, I'm really, really sorry. My chat's like now going all kind of cuckoo for Cocoa
We
Puffs.
see you, is it Angie Baby? We see you, Dolly Bear.
Angie, baby.
Baby.
She said not from London. I know. Every time I hear like anything from England, or the UK, I'm always like, you sound like you're from London.
You did it the one day for a good 20 minutes. I'm like, oh, here she goes.
No, but hi, Sweet and Sleuthy. Hi, Shauna.
Sweet and Sleuthy. That is so cute. I love that. Hey, Amanda.
Oh, Pink, we love you.
Oh, we miss you too much, girl. Where have you been?
She's out loving her life and doing her thing. And so I'm like, yeah, go do it. Go do it. We're over here. We'll keep all the true crime under control while you go do all the
We'll be right here waiting while you
fun
go do
stuff.
life.
Hi, Ange. Hi, Dynamite.
Dynamite.
So
Drew
where
says,
do
I
we-
love that part of the movie.
You sound like you're from London. The devil wants to separate people from families, and all of that is good. Make sure the devil isn't working in your life to separate you from what is good and truth, and you can easily be deceived. Be aware. Sunset gazing, great advice.
Thank you for that. Love that, actually. Very true.
So,
Well,
where do we even start? So I'll tell you. Okay, so I've been following all three cases, obviously, and so this week I knew was going to become very overwhelming, which it did, and it has. But nobody likes a quitter, so I'm not quitting. But so I busted out my handy dandy notebook from. I was like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going back to school. So I got myself my 3-subject notebook.
Oh, she got 3 for all 3 trials.
Because I have 3 cases. Hello, 3. So I've got Stauch notes. The next section, Vallow notes. And the 3rd section is West notes.
Oh my goodness.
I'm like, I got to keep this together.
It's a little
And
crazy.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Right here. This is just for Gannon right here. Here's Gannon. I got to keep him in blue. Okay.
Oh, he's got to be in blue.
Here goes. Some of Harmony. Half of West is in the back here because I got to keep them all separated. And Vallow is just this one little guy right here. That's how much I've
I
got.
was only got one little guy. Oh my gosh,
One
there's
little
so
guy.
much. I was worried. So I did front and back. I did front and back notes because I'm like, this is going to be a lot. So I did front and back. I
Full of notes.
keep West on one screen, Sleuth Mom on my phone, who's doing Stauch Trial, and then I go to Nate Eaton, Justin Lum, all the Twitters, and then at night I binge the audio when it comes out
For Vallow, right?
for Vallow.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You can maybe try. Oh, no, because that's going to even be hard to do. We can't skip a night. When you think about it, can't skip day or night. I get a few hours when I wake up, but you don't.
Oh, no, I don't. I wake up, and then there's a trial.
Yep. I get like 2-3 hours before it starts.
Vallow starts at 8:30 Idaho time, so 7:30 my time.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm a little bit behind on that, but that's fine because I can only follow tweets during the day.
Oh,
And
thank
then
you, Seth.
Stauch starts at 9. Aw, Seth, thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, Seth. Hi, Inspector Gadget.
Oh, love it.
So Stauch starts at 9 Colorado time, which is 8 my time. So I've got to be on the ball at 8. And then West starts at 9, and it starts at 9 my time. And they're typically late. So that one's easier to do. And then their lunches are at different times, so it makes things a little bit easier.
You can get some catch-up time in there if you can.
I do. I get to go pee
Yeah.
at least once.
Hey,
But I'm
True
like,
Colors.
after being here, I really, really need a better chair because like sitting here for that long is no bueno.
Starting
I'm
to
like,
hurt, right? Yep.
Yeah, I'm like, this is stupid. Why did I buy this chair? Who told me to buy this chair? This is the dumbest shit ever. Welcome, Debs.
Hey, Debs. Welcome.
I know my true crime bloodstream may need B12. It might.
It
Oh
does.
God,
It
if Boone was in the mix, well, see, I'm not going to cover Boone, but I would have to watch all the streams that you cover Boone so that I could know all the crazy that Boone is, and then it would be just all over the place. I haven't heard anything on the West Trial, so well, welcome because we're going to go over the West Trial. Hi, Dolly Bear. Hey, all you fabulous chatters. I'm going to be listening and cleaning. Take care, everyone. May Heavenly Father watch over all of you and protect you and your families.
Thank you very much, Dolly Bear. Same to you. Thank you.
Oh, yes, please do, because I definitely need a new chair. I'm like, this is not going to work. I cannot do this many trials, taking all these notes. My right hand is like cramped. I'm like, I feel like I'm back in high school. Like, I don't even know if I can read half my writing because it's all, you know, like as you get to like the end of the line, it just kind of just becomes
just
like a
starts
line.
doing whatever it wants. Yeah.
It's just like a line, like the word doesn't even make sense anymore. So we're going to go through it. I have not reread the notes. So as we go through each one, we're going to see how we did.
See how this
If I
goes,
make up
guys.
words because that's how they're spelled on the page.
But we're committed. We are committed.
But I'm trying.
Fill in where you guys can, if you don't mind. But
You want to know what else has been really bad? For 2 days, I've been out of Dr. Pepper.
oh,
Yeah, finally got some. I had to put it on ice, though, because it was warm.
it's like that fresh. You had none.
No, I had none. It was
None.
done. I drank a Diet Coke today.
Pointless. Just pointless. It's stupid.
Ridiculous.
It is. I can't. I feel like diet anything takes more sugary than the undiet shit.
I
Whatever.
drank Diet Coke for like 10 years.
Did you?
Oh, yeah.
Couldn't do
That diet stuff is addicting. It's more addicting than regular soda, in my opinion.
I feel like I know I'm missing it. The second like that taste hits, I'm missing it. I need it.
So it's nice to have a nice cold Dr. Pepper right now. But, all right. Hi, Parker.
Hey, Parker.
So there's a lot of people that are covering Stauch and Vallow, and I know not a lot of people are covering West. So we're going to start with West. Here's kind of my game plan so that you guys in the chat are kind of in the know. I plan on spending about an hour covering each one. That's my plan. Obviously, some may take a little longer, some may take a little less, depending on the kind of conversations we get into. But that's kind of the plan. So we're kind of in this for the long haul tonight. I have a lot of notes. So, and then if you guys have something specific that you guys want to bring up, feel free.
Drop it in chat.
So we'll start with the West case, and I'm gonna try to be diplomatic about this, but I'm gonna tell you right now, this West case is a giant fucking mess. It's a mess.
It is a mess.
I'm.
Mess.
It's very slow, and it's very hard to. There's a kitty right behind you, like staring. She's like, "What did you do to the curtain? Look at her. She's all pissed off at you."
It's
She's
Nikki.
Like, oh my God, that wasn't me. I didn't do that. Somebody cut the curtain.
And then there's two down the bottom.
So they have Trezell and Jacqueline West are being tried together. And if this isn't a case that you're interested in, I totally understand if you want to come back and what, during whatever one that because obviously we're covering all three. And if you want backstory, there under my playlist tab, there is a video for each case that gives you the entire backstory. So if you're looking for backstory, it's under the playlist called Case Files. And in there, you'll be able to find, plus there's a playlist for each of these cases on their own. But if you just want the one main, here's your, front to back, everything you need to know about the case to be able to follow it, go to the Case Files and you'll find the live that tells you everything that you need to know what's going on. So there's not a lot of backstory. So if it's a case that you're like, I have no flipping idea, hopefully somebody in chat can fill you in because I'm going to be reading notes and we'll try to give you as many things as we possibly can. So Jacqueline and Trezell West, the adopted parents, are on trial, but they're being tried together and they each have their own attorney. So cross-examination is a flipping mess. So they keep taking turns. So I don't know, you can't tell which one's going to go first. Hi, Sleuth Mom. This is the case I know the least about. I'm very interested, though. Oh, I love how organized your videos are. At least I got something going. I did organize something right.
And Quinny, she makes the best thumbnails to where, and I'm used to seeing these, even when I go to, our channel page, and I can automatically identify exactly what video for which case I'm watching. She just nails the thumbnail every time. You're color code it.
I try to do
You do. You're color code it.
And I try to keep the thumbnails somewhat the same so you can tell that the entire case is right there. I don't know. It's something in my own mind. Have they found the boys yet? Nope. The boys have still not been found. And I think that's part of what's causing such an issue with this case and the chaos of it. I don't know, because it's just all over the place. So each attorney, there's direct exam on each witness. Then you have the cross, and then you have another cross by the other person's attorney. Then they get to go back to the prosecution for the redirect. Then you get to recross, and then you get to recross again. So each witness takes a very long time. Hi, Kaleidohope. Hi, Mel. Did I say hi to Mel? I saw you in there.
Oh, no, I didn't see you. Hey, Melzy.
So I'm going to go through the notes, but I want to give you the gist of what I see happening. So as you guys listen to me read through the notes, you'll kind of see why I think this. From what I am interpreting, they're really going to be hitting the fact that the officers did a terrible job investigating this. The officers and the prosecution are basically fighting back, saying, hey, we were out on a call for 2 missing boys, and you're basically giving us crap for not doing a proper homicide investigation right off the bat when we weren't there to investigate a homicide. So is it normal in trials for like all the cross? Only because they're being tried together. So if you think of it this way, like with Vallow Daybell, if they had been tried together, that's exactly how theirs would have been. And it would have been a lot more chaotic because there's just so many attorneys involved. So I feel like the cops are basically saying, hey, yeah, we weren't investigating a homicide right off the bat. So yes, we did make some mistakes. But now the defense and both defense lawyers, especially Jacqueline's, is really trying to show that the cops suck, is really what it comes down to.
And they're trying to push back the prosecution more or less with, you know, you gave us nothing to go off of, and da-da-da-da, and that you could see where they're, Shay.
Thank you, Shay.
Thank you very
I need
much.
the caffeine fund. I really do. I need to like one of those like buy me a coffee things. That's what I really need to like get going. Like
we're gonna get you an espresso thingy, and you can make whatever the hell you want. You can cold, hot, do whatever you want.
Right. Hi, Purple Rain. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, Mallory.
Thank you, guys. You guys are
awesome. Okay, so keep going. So the prosecution is what you're saying.
The prosecution's just trying to hit back because they lied so damn much in the very beginning. Well, I mean, they lied all the way through. What am I talking about? But like they said, they came from missing children, and that was not the case at all. And you know, they had to go back and forth from Cal City to Bakersfield to interview people. So then, by day 2, FBI was brought in, and then by day 3, Bakersfield was actually brought in for their forensic team. So I think I'm hoping that when they get them up, that will hopefully unmuddy some of the not great police work that they did in the beginning. Hoping. Right.
Well, the problem I think is too, and not to like intermix all the trials, but obviously listening to all 3, the Vallow case and especially the Stauch case, they came out like guns a-blazing. They dropped like some big guns right there at the beginning of the trial. And for the Cal City boys, it's a little different. It's a little slower on the uptake. They're bringing in they're doing it very timeline oriented.
It's like you said, they're kind of working their way back. Like you said how they were going to do this, and it's exactly how they're doing it. It's like she can read the trial's mind because it's exactly how.
Did I say that?
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Oh. Go back 2 weeks ago. It's exactly what you said.
Hi, True Crime Crazy.
Hello.
Hung up on had you hung on the shower rod so I couldn't type. I thought she said she was hung up on the shower rod. I was like,
well, that's a good place to have it.
Okay, so I don't have the notes from the first 3 days, but basically I can go through it. There's a lot of the people who first testified were the first ones that were on the scene. The dispatcher that took the 911 call when he called in and said, that the boys were missing and that they had been playing in the backyard. They have played a ton of audio and body cam footage, which is hard on a trial you can't see. Can't watch the body cam footage, and the audio is so bad you can't hear or make out half of what they're saying. So I'm hoping that somebody from the area that's been going to the trial is going to start like kind of giving us a better idea of what's happening inside the courtroom, because we don't. It's not coming across very well because the audio is terrible, and then you can't see anything. The jurors, on the other hand, have screens right in front of them so they can see every piece of evidence, and they're handed transcripts for every audio and every video that's played. So they can actually sit there and read while it's happening, which I think is amazing because I don't know how they would do it any other way. So hi, Kimbers. Hi, KW. I wish they had cameras in all 3 trials, despite it would be hard to follow, but it would be, to me, honestly, it would actually be easier. I'm having a better time, like, still even following Daybell, even though they don't have it, because I can still go back and listen to the audio, and I can slow it down when I need to. I can watch it on fast speed when I need to. The West trial, on the other hand, is live, and you're like trying to, like, I'm up on my speaker like this, like, okay, what's going on? I'm pausing my phone so I can like pay better attention. You can't hear it.
Especially if it's audio, like you said, from the body cam. Like if it's audio from an audio type of situation, you definitely are not catching that. It's almost impossible, literally.
Right. So the biggest thing you have to know from the first 3 days is that initially they talk about the move to Cal City. So they lived in Bakersfield with all 6 kids, which is crazy too. They lived in Bakersfield with all 6 kids. In September of 2020, they moved to California City. They purchased a home, and there's a lot of witnesses that come forward about, did you see the kids when you were there? Did you see the kids? Which kids did you see? So on and so forth. But the one thing that they really try to hit on is that Trezell and Jacqueline talk about the weekend of the move, that the kids were being taken care of by her mom, and that comes into play later on. So that's obviously not in my notes because I don't have notes from the first 3 days, but that's one of the things. So you have to remember when we go through the notes that Jacqueline's mom, who also lived in the same apartment here's the other thing. She lived in the same apartment complex in that same area that Trezell and Jacqueline lived in with the 6 kids. When she testifies, doesn't make sense.
Never seen it.
Yeah, so that's one big one. The main story is she was inside wrapping presents for Christmas. Trezell was in the backyard with the 2 boys. The other 4 kids were at his mom's house at
Grandma
that
Wanda, because they like to confuse grandmas.
He had the back gate open because he was getting firewood, and that when he was moving stuff around, all of a sudden he went inside to check on Jacqueline for something, and the boys were outside playing with chalk. That's a big thing too. We talk about chalk a lot in the trial. That when he went back outside, the boys were gone, and then he drove all around the neighborhood.
5-6 minutes. ACDT.
Yeah. We come to find out he actually only drove around for 6 minutes.
Yeah.
To look for the kids.
He went up one way and back down that same exact way. He didn't bother to go around the neighborhood, check in the neighborhood. He just went beep and right back.
Right. So they do have, and I don't think that, I'm gonna make sure. Oh, that it is on this one. So they, so a bunch of the first witnesses are really just your first people on the scene. It's the first interviews. It's all of that. So then we'll start with day 4, which was Monday, and I'll go through. I'll try to hit, like, I have a lot of notes. I don't know how many of them are actually super important, but we'll stop and talk when I think there's one that probably should be like talked about. Does that make sense? Is that good?
It. Hey, Brittles. Hey, babe.
Hi, Britt. Hi, CDT.
Hey,
Mama Stone. Yeah, he was hitting corners, and he's like, "You guys seen any little black boys? You guys seen any little black boys?" And I'm like, "What? That's what you're saying?"
I'm laughing at the hitting corners.
They do make it very clear that the other four boys are part Hispanic, and these are the only 2 children that they have that are all black.
With all the lovely things they have to say about.
I'm like, why is that important? Why is that important to you to be saying that? You know what I mean?
Well, remember in his first, he wanted to foster black children because black children didn't have male role models in their world. So that's where he wanted to do some great thing, from whatever, and how he got the boys. Crazy mama. Love you.
Let me see. I know they said that they saw the chalk, but did anyone testify to seeing fresh drawings with the chalk? They did see 2 drawings of chalk, like 2 spots the chalk was being drawn in. I have no idea. Nobody's testified that under what I've heard of how fresh those drawings were. But the other 4 boys were taken to grandma's on Saturday. So it was only a couple days. So even if the other boys were playing with chalk, I mean, I have chalk on my sidewalks from Easter, and it looks pretty fresh. So, because we had Easter here, which was fun.
And no worries, Ange. Just in time.
Okay. So,
Ange, I believe Jacqueline is Trezelle's African American, and Jacqueline,
Hispanic.
you know, she would be Hispanic. Yeah, I don't think she's mixed with anything else though.
I don't think so. I mean, they don't go that far into like what the mix is, but I mean, like basically they say that he's black, she's Hispanic.
I'm curious if they're going to call her aunt or not up, because her aunt she was the third apartment in Casa Loma, where Mom, Jacqueline, because technically Trezelle was not supposed to be living there, but he was sneaking in at night. But there was like a 3 apartment situation going on in that apartment building. I feel like the aunt would know. The aunt speaks better English, and I think she can convey what the mom is having a hard time getting.
Mom struggled. She struggled on there. Hold on. Deb said, "Isn't Chalk also the name of the family dog?" No, the family dog's name was. You have to say it, Michelle.
Shaka.
Chaka.
Chaka. Shaka. Chaka. Something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Is that you headed out already? See, I didn't see.
You'll be back.
Yeah, but the dog's name is similar to Chalk. Yeah. So when they were walking the dog and they said the name Chalk, the dog did look. Yeah. So then it became very confusing on whether the dog was actually Chalk or not. He or she had family working in the system. That person could have signed off on any required reports. Right. If so, for a kickback. It's very possible.
And remember, both sides have connections to the system. Jacqueline's mother and aunt on the fostering end, and then Wanda has 30 years for working for the building itself, or the DCYF building. So they're all looped into it.
That's his mom.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and then her mom fostered kids and adopted kids throughout her whole life, pretty much.
Yes.
So she currently has just 3 bio children, which are all older, and 2 girls and a boy. And then I believe she currently has 3 foster children. Is that correct? I think that's right.
I thought it was 2, but
that might have been at the time that they disappeared. But there was basically that's how she's survived. That's been her job, is to foster kids and get the paycheck.
And as you know, Jacqueline says that. Jacqueline says, "My mother is how we got into fostering." If that helps.
Yeah, she taught her how to do it.
Yeah.
Do the witnesses have to answer the same questions by each attorney? No, they typically aren't asking the same questions because they're looking for discrepancies for their own client is really how it's going. Yeah. So and her attorney seems to be the one who really likes to go at
the police, how bad the police are. Yes. She's
what a bad job they did.
Yeah.
His attorney is more about like how is Trezelle acting? What did Trezelle do? Like, you know, and how are you guys treating Trezelle? Mm-hmm. It's more about that. Hers is she's more outspoken. Her attorney's more outspoken.
She's way more emotional connecting, I feel like, where she tries to draw that out, even though it's a bunch of technicality type of shit, but where he goes the opposite direction, I feel like. Mm-hmm. But for what they're both covering, they're kind of covering both ends, considering how annoying it is to have, you know, think about being a witness, being questioned that way.
It just really throws me off when they have one of their second chairs do the questioning, because now I'm like, I don't know who the hell.
You don't know who this is.
I have no idea. Oh, hey, real talk with Alex.
Oh, we love that. Look at that.
Your thumbnail. You have all the kids on it. Sorry, switched accounts for a bit to work on some stuff, but still here. Usually when they are asking the same questions, they're trying to get the witness to commit perjury.
Right.
True.
Stumble in those words.
Her attorney is all over those cops. Yeah, and she's quicker. She's much quicker witted than his attorney is. So she does things like, if I'm asking, like if Michelle's on the stand and I'm her attorney, it's more along the lines of, so you went to the front door then, right? So then you went to the backyard, yes? And the guy's like, yes. So then you walked to the far corner of the yard, yes? And then he's like, yes. You know,
she answers it for them.
Yeah, she's kind of like, right, yes. Is that, you know, she doesn't like wait for them to say it. She literally, it's hard to fit 2 cases on one thumbnail, much less 3 makes my head hurt. I know. I was going to try to divide it up, and then I was like, you know what, I'm just going to put them all
I loved
together.
it.
Okay, so we had the real estate agent that that testified. The biggest thing about the real estate agent was the fact that he doesn't see all the kids either. So there's a lot of this. They're pretty quick testimonies. They ask them a lot of questions, even though the whole point of it is really kind of, it doesn't need to be that long, which I think is why the Stauch trial is better, because they kind of cut to the point. They answer the question, they ask the next question. It's got a better flow. Hi, Salty C. This one, they take a really long time to kind of get to the point of whatever they're trying to get to. So basically, this is what I'm saying. So then they go through the real estate guide. This is the kind of questions they ask. Like, so who was was Trezella a qualified buyer? Who was the loan through?
You know who that loan was through, because she did testify. You see who testified?
Yeah. So, I mean, there's a lot of like leading up to what's going to be happening next, but it's kind of like, oh my God, like, let's keep moving. And these people have nothing to do with where the boys are, I think, is kind of my frustration with it, because there's nothing, they don't have anything to offer besides like, did you see the kids or not see the kids? So he talks about how many times he went to the house. He talks about that September 11th is when he met them at the home to give them the keys, which is interesting. That's my birthday. He was asked if the kids were there. He says yes, they were on the back enclosed patio, but he doesn't remember how many kids. He thinks he saw maybe 4 or 5, but he's not 100% sure. And he didn't really speak to the kids. He does think that he saw Orson based on a photo, does not remember seeing Orrin.
And then kind of after that, they didn't really bother, right? After the house dealings was done.
Right. So, yeah, he didn't have anything else to do with it after that. Let's see. Asked if the family would, like a photo. This was the other big thing that he offered. So my birthday's 9/11. Yep, my birthday's 9/11. The other big thing was, so because he's the real estate agent, they do ask the families when they purchase a home if they would like to take a photo together, so they get in on the photo and then they can use it for like their social media and so on and so forth. The family declined to take a family photo, which he thought was odd. That must have been rough for some years. Really, just the 1 year was really bad. Okay, let me see.
Hey, Allison.
The main source of their income, he does tell them the main source of the income is from the adopted kids. Is that my food?
Love
awesome.
you.
Hold on one second.
I knew exactly what you meant, babe. She said, no, I meant tough. Nope, I meant rough. Nope, we're good. Hey, Allison. Thank you, Shay. Adore you, babe. Thank you. Yeah, her birthday's on 9/11, so she got one terrible year out of it. And there's something else falling on her birthday, though, I think, this year. It's someone's trial. Amari's trial. Larry
Milletti's trial is supposed to start right around my birthday. Yeah, and then there's another one that got pushed. I'd have to pull up the trial. Another one. Amari
starts on your birthday.
Amari starts on my birthday. That's what it was. Amari's got pushed back to my birthday. Hi, Commander Ender Turkey. Hi, Trista.
Hey, Commander.
Okay, so my husband brought me some dinner, but I'm gonna go through the notes and then I'll snack.
I didn't want to jump over your notes because I don't know what's in there. I didn't want to go.
Oh yeah, sorry. Let me see. I think I said this already, but the West told him that their main source of income was from having the adopted children. So they have their 2 biological that are the oldest 2, and they have 4 adopted children that they get $1,000 a month each. So they make $4,000 a month on having 4 adopted kids. That's their income, because she's an artist and does sketches and stuff, and then he sells beats for musicians, but most of that's just done
because he's a producer and stuff, right? All the time.
Yeah, he sure is. He's a producer, all right.
Hey, Ange.
So he remembers seeing Orson based on the photo that he's shown. Doesn't remember seeing Orrin, but he says that Orson was like mad. He had like a mad dog look on his face, and they said that he's typically unhappy, and that he was just upset that day too because he didn't have his ball. But he does remember Orson like having like not playing with the other kids and like sitting with just a nasty look on his face.
He's missing his brother.
producer.
Mhm.
And so here I put cross. This is her attorney. She gives him crap about the fact that the little boy was mad dogging him. And then his attorney, nothing substantial. That's my notes.
Nothing there. And nothing.
And nothing substantial.
Nothing.
Okay, so the next one is the pest control guy who shows up to the house on September 15th, 2020. He says he saw 4 to 5 kids, asked that he remembers that there was multiple kids because he asked for them to leave the property because he didn't want the spray. He wanted them to be outside until the spray was done. So he remembers there being a lot of kids because typically if there's only one, they can kind of move to a different room. But because there was so many, he asked them to physically leave. So they went and sat in the van. He also testified at the grand jury that he remembered seeing an infant child seat, like a small child's car seat.
Hey, Aries. Hey, Tish.
It is. I said somebody's a member for 3 months. Yeah, I can't see that on here. I need to make sure I pull up my other stuff. Muscles and mascaras here.
Is she our 3-monther?
I think so. Yes.
Oh, Muscles and Mascara. We adore you.
Okay, so that was the big thing about him, was that he remembered 4 to 5 kids and he remembered the small car seat. Now the next one is Mary, who was the manager of the mortgage and real estate company where the West got their loan. They talk about the paperwork and that their income was from the boys being adopted, so it backs that story up, and that Trezell sold beats for the musicians. She never met the kids. What are you smiling about? Okay, so then the next big one is Robert. I didn't know his name was Robert. Why did I think his name was something else? He's the one with the 7 surveillance cameras. I think anybody who's followed this case, yeah, Mary, not you, Mary.
You're probably thinking of Jesse because I threw out that name probably so many times, thinking he was the guy who had the straight on footage. He was the guy with the angle. I was so wrong that day.
The other guy, I didn't know the guy's name that had the footage from the fence, though. The main footage that we've all seen 100 times.
Isn't that Mike or Matt?
No, it's Robert.
Oh, that's Robert?
Yeah.
Oh, he's got... Okay.
That's what I thought. I was like, wait a minute. I didn't know that guy's name was Robert. I thought it was something else.
Yeah, me.
So he was outside working on his truck. He never saw 2 boys walking. He's, I believe, the one that they tried to, during the first 3 days of trial, say that somebody had told them that they saw 2 boys walking down the street, and then her attorney kept trying to say, well, they're obviously, that's proof of life, somebody saw them, and then every cop's like, nope, nobody saw them, we don't have that, nobody saw them, we don't have that.
They end up having all that footage, and there was never nothing driving down the street with the boys seen to be talking at the window, or the boys were seen maybe getting into another, because there was the red van story too that was out for a while.
Mm-hmm. Neither boy should be in an infant seat. I thought that was interesting too, but I mean, they don't define it as like what size it was. He just says it's an infant seat.
Remember, the boys were really, really little because they were
underweight.
They were very, and they would look like babies.
Should not have been in an infant seat. They should have been in a booster seat.
So maybe them thinking they were getting pulled over or something. I can't even imagine why that seat would be back there. But
Beats or Beats?
I'm
Beats.
going with
like Beats. I could sell Beats better, I think. I'm a producer.
a producer.
I'm a producer. I didn't realize how dark it was in here. I'm trying to read these notes. I'm like, let's see. Okay.
Put it up the
so he was outside working on his truck. He never saw 2 boys walking. He has 7 cameras. The biggest takeaway from this was all of his cameras are motion cameras. And he turned over all the film from all 7 cameras, but her attorney keeps fighting about the fact that there's no data in the evidence from camera 2. Do you remember this? So that,
Yes.
but camera 2 actually faces his door. So they were trying to go over, like, why don't we have that footage? But I'm like, it wouldn't necessarily, it would, if it faces his front door, it wouldn't matter to the case.
Right.
So I wouldn't technically be, I don't know, unless I try to say that there's something exculpatory in that, but her attorney was really hammering at that.
But was he also the one that was supposed to have the Ring doorbell that they came over that night to talk to?
All right, let me look, hold on. So he has videos that show at 5:07 p.m., 5:10 p.m., 5:25 p.m. There's no kids in any clip. At 5:58 p.m., the van drives by on surveillance. Let's see. There's 19 minutes missing on cross that comes up. And he keeps saying, I gave everything to the cops. I gave everything to them. So that was his attorney that was like, why is there 19 minutes missing? Did you edit it? And he's like, I didn't touch it. So then on her attorney's cross, she asks who installed the cameras. He says he installed the cameras. She asks him to mark on the photo where each camera is on the house. This is when she gets really into the fact that she asks about camera 2 and why there's no footage. The jury is shown a bunch of still images from all the cameras except for camera 2, and this camera 2 faces his front door. He saw a woman driving around looking for something, and that was before he saw the van driving around. He said, oh, that's all motion cameras. And then on recross, he said that he saw the van twice, and the other vehicle was right before the van.
And this is still from the same
Maybe
neighbor.
Maybe that's a different guy. He must have different cameras. That's not the guy who has the camera that's right there, because that guy was on the stand for a long time too.
Because I know they're going to play that Ring doorbell that was also from one of the neighbors that turned in footage. So I was thinking maybe it could be him. Remember, they came over, they thanked them for cooking food and stuff that night because multiple neighbors.
That guy already testified.
He did testify?
Yeah, that guy testified. And he has the Ring doorbell footage. And he's the one who has, so he has Ring doorbell footage of Trezell and Jacqueline coming over to thank him for cooking them Christmas dinner, because they brought him a lasagna. And their attorneys are like, why did you bring them food? And he's like, well, we don't know if they're guilty, or we don't know. Right now, their boys were just missing. So we were concerned and they were alone on Christmas. So we brought him over a lasagna and some chips and stuff. And then he also, and that neighbor is the one who opens up he opens up his house for all the searchers to use the restroom. He buys them pizzas and snacks while they're searching. The West Trial, I will put it in the link, but on my video, on my West Boys case file video, it's in the link there too. You have to listen to it. It's audio only, and you have to listen to it live.
Yes. Hey, Danielle.
Okay, so let's see. So that must be a different one, because there's so many cameras. There's a ton of cameras in this neighborhood. So I think we know of 3 so far. 3 different houses that had cameras. So where she's going with this, not having a camera too, I'm not really sure yet. They didn't really. There was no finality to that whole thing. It was just very apparent that she was upset that she doesn't have footage from the camera too. So where that's going to end up in the trial, I don't know. The next guy who testifies was the helicopter guy who used infrared to fly around and search for the boys. Obviously didn't find anything. They really are just kind of giving him crap about why did you choose the path that you chose, and he's like, I would have chose the path based on the last sighting of the boys and the information from law enforcement. And part of that cross-examination I couldn't hear. So that was that one. Let me see. Criminality. What if her lawyers plan to say, since they don't have that cam on his door, maybe he took them inside his house? Oh, that's possible, but he's off the stand, so I don't know. I don't know what that was. I really think that she's just trying to fight for.
She wants to push that there's missing evidence. She wants to push for that.
So the other thing that they asked that guy is, when was your footage collected? And nobody came and got his footage then. Which we find out later that, hi babies, we find out later that volunteer officers were on the scene the night that they were missing, and so that's who was assigned to go door to door and ask people if they had camera footage and whatnot. And then they weren't to do anything because they're just volunteers. They were supposed to just write down what houses they went to, which ones had cameras, so that law enforcement could go back. It was basically just, a process of elimination. So nothing was obtained that night. But they didn't get there. I mean, they got there. It was like 6, 7 o'clock at night already. Not that you can't, but she's not going to leave me alone now. Okay, you're going to have to go lay down somewhere. I can't.
It's like, please.
I can't pet you the whole time.
You baby.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I couldn't hear what that cross was. So then the next one is officer, and I'm going to say his name wrong, and I'm going to do that on every trial because there's no way I remember all these people's names. Kalakios, Officer Michael Kalakios. He went to the house the day after to look for evidence. He looked for footprints, witnesses. He has a body-worn camera, but he did not file a report. This is another very big thing that comes up in this case, which also takes a very long time, is to determine who has reports and who doesn't. So basically, a lot of these Cal City officers did not write any police reports at the beginning of this investigation. But they do have body-worn cameras, but that's going to be an issue in just a minute. I'm going to tell you why. But nobody wrote police reports. So there's no documented information on a lot of the stuff that's happening.
The first week for the first 4 days basically are pretty much completely undocumented. Sadly.
Right. Well, body-worn cameras. That's the big thing that they use to document everything, but they don't write anything down. So bad. Hi, ATS. Happy belated birthday. Anybody who doesn't know, ATS's birthday was yesterday.
Happy belated birthday, babe.
So am I on schedule still? Okay, I am. Okay.
Yep.
So he does not write a report, but he does have his body-worn camera. He, Trezell walks him through. This happens a lot too. And so we have to go over this 1,000 times. Every time an officer's on the stand, Trezell has gone through and walked them through what happened that night, where Jacqueline was, how she was wrapping presents, how he was getting, I can't even tell you how many times I've heard that he was getting firewood and how many times she was wrapping presents. Like they literally, it's like they wrote this down and memorized it for 3 months. I'm telling you, it's weird because it never changes. There's not a little tiny bit that changes at all ever. And so you have to hear it over and over again. And every time there's a new officer on the scene, it's the same thing.
Oh, I know. It's terrible.
So he shows him how the disappearance happened. He goes through a map of where him and Trezell walked in the backyard. The body-worn camera time is incorrect. It's incorrect on every camera. Every body-worn camera by Cal City Department, the police department, the camera's time is incorrect.
I'm not going to say anything yet.
So you have to know that.
Yeah.
So this guy apparently made a Facebook post talking about the case, and then he ended up getting reprimanded by his supervisor for doing so. He says that never happened. She says, you don't remember making a Facebook post and getting in trouble for it? And he says, nope, don't remember that. She says, you don't remember getting in trouble? He's like, nope, don't remember that. She's like, you don't remember making the Facebook post? He's like, nope, don't remember that. So he said, so when she finally asked him the last time, he's like, I don't think that ever happened. So supposedly there's some Facebook post that this dude put out, but how incorrect are they? Minutes, hours and minutes. The whole thing's a disaster. The whole thing's a disaster, Mary. Let me just tell you, the whole thing is a disaster. It's hours, minutes, the whole thing.
They had a time issue from when dispatch, like straight from the jump of this case. Time has been an issue.
Right, and then the neighbor's camera being off as well.
That's
so. What happened, which we don't learn this yet until the new chief of police ends up testifying, that the body-worn cameras were actually purchased from like a private company of a retired cop who, put his retirement into making these body-worn cameras. So this company was who provided them tech support, who provided them updates to their software, everything. Well, one of the people who was involved in this business passed away. And when they passed away, the company went defunct. Oh. So they owned all these body-worn cameras and had nobody to fix them. was nobody to fix them. There was nobody to update them. There was no tech support. There was no nothing. So the body worn cameras, they were still using them because that's what they needed to use. But the company, there was nobody to help them.
Right.
So
So which means there was no maintenance to any of these things. And, oh wow. Okay.
Right. So they're just off. They're just off. So you have to they have to clarify with every body worn camera, like this looks like it's December 22nd, at nighttime, and the guy's like, nope, it's December 23rd in the morning. So that, but the documentation, nobody wrote a report.
Yep. There's no black and white to back up the video or the audio. That is terrible.
It's a fucking mess.
Or didn't capture whether the police knew or not. Then we have to dig into all that too.
Yeah. So he says he doesn't believe that he ever made this Facebook post and doesn't remember ever getting in trouble. Then she says, you wrote down on this map everywhere that you went, but now we're watching your body worn camera, and you actually went over here and you didn't mark that on your map. And he's like, yeah, I forgot.
Terrible. That's terrible.
It's not going very well.
That is not good.
So she asks him again about the post. He replies he doesn't believe it ever happened. He stopped by there for his own peace of mind, is what he says. He stopped by the West residence for his own peace of mind, not technically as part of the investigation. He just wanted to go and search. So that's why he didn't write a report. That's what he says.
Hey, Mariah.
I'd be surprised if them to get found guilty on this case. I'm struggling. I'm struggling with that as well. I don't know where we're going to go, except for the fact that we don't have any of the kids have testified. So all the kids are actually set to testify. Whether they will or not, I don't know. But all the kids have supposedly stated they did not see the boys for months, and that Orrin never lived in the house in Cal City. So that right there is going to be a big, big thing.
I mean, that holds.
I'm hoping that they're putting all this crap on first to get it done, but there's not that big wow impact moment at the very beginning where the jury gets to walk away going, man, these are really bad people. We don't have that.
They're not sitting right now with how terrible they are because, like you said, there was no woof from the very beginning, kind of like what we got with Letitia and even what we got with Vallow.
Right. So end of day 4, Jesse Hightower, who is now the chief of police. Are they recording an audio for the West trial? You cannot record it. You can only listen to it while it's live. So there is sure a great group of creators in your chat tonight. All my fave. I know. I love this. These are my peeps. I love these peeps. Okay. So Jesse Hightower, new chief of police. He's been the chief of police for 6 months. He was a patrol lieutenant back in December when the report came in. He's the one who testifies about all the body-worn cameras and all the issues and why they had so many issues with body-worn cameras. He arrived at the West home. He was actually first on the scene. He was the patrol lieutenant, and he received the call, and he was one of the first on the scene that night. So since he was the patrol lieutenant, he actually became the incident commander. So he created the incident command center. So he was kind of the one that was in charge of everything that was happening. Be careful of those high towers. When I hear high tower, it reminds me of Police Academy.
I know.
Do you guys ever think of that? That's who a high tower is to me.
Yep.
So he was the one that was in charge of where the volunteer crew was going. He was not in charge of civilian searches. They were kind of out there on their own doing their own thing. He was in charge of the volunteer officers who do go through training, and then he was in charge of obviously his officers. Cal City does not have a lot of police officers. They typically have 2 officers on duty at a time.
Oh my goodness.
So this is not like LA.
Yeah.
There's not a lot going on here. Okay, so let me see.
Good night, Shay. Thank you, babe. Thank you.
Night, Shay. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm not even looking at chat. I apologize if you guys are. I'm trying to.
You're going to keep up with her notes.
I am, Jay. Okay, so he's on the stand, and then they cut for the day. The next day, he's still on the stand. They go through his body cam. He searches the van. He searches the yard. He searches the house. He says that Jacqueline was not anxious, she was not angry, and she was not frustrated. She did not have any emotion to, what was going on and that her boys were gone. Dun, dun, dun. Let me see. He notes that the yard has 2 exits. The metal gate is too heavy to lift, and they do end up showing camera footage of other officers trying to lift it, and there's no way that 2 toddler boys could have lifted it. So the only other exit would have been either through the house out the front or out this side gate. And we know that there's video of the side gate, and we know nobody left the side gate. The jury's going to the scene next Wednesday and Thursday. I made a side note of that because I think the judge said it during one of the breaks. So next Wednesday, Thursday, they're going to the scenes. I believe they're going to the Cal City House and they're going to Bakersfield.
Oh, good.
So everything that they started with was to find 2 boys that had potentially walked away or had been taken potentially by somebody else, but they thought that the boys had wandered off. So everything they did that night was to be in search of just finding 2 boys that had wandered out of the backyard. That was their main concern. They said after they interviewed the other 4 children, the investigation completely changed because the other 4 children come forward and say, hey, we haven't seen these boys in a long time.
They all say the same story for the most part.
And they all say the same story while being interviewed separately. Yeah. That was the kicker. So they got warrants for the house and the van. They did a forensic dig in the backyard. They did not find anything. They took all the computers and cell phones. They called in Bakersfield Police Department, who eventually in March of 2021 becomes the lead of the investigation. The FBI was involved for approximately 1 to 2 months. So this is one thing so she asked him, because he's now the chief of police, this is her attorney, who typically does most of the crosses, even though he asks some questions, they're just, most of the time I write, not relevant. But she asks him how he feels about officers writing reports and making sure they have working body-worn cameras, which... Obviously, we know that these other officers didn't write any reports, and we know that their body-worn cameras were not in good shape.
Not at all.
No. So he says it was very important. They had a total of 5 officers and 2 volunteer officers that arrived at the scene, and he said, as luck would have it, it was shift change. So that's how he ended up having so many officers. He had 5, and then the 2 volunteers that they called in. And because he kept the first shift, he kept them late on overtime, and so they came to help. So there was a total of 5 officers and 2 volunteer officers, basically his whole crew. That's all there is. Not all. I mean, yeah, there's a couple more, but that's really how he ended up having so many officers to help.
She said they did their research before coming there to live off grid and do all of that. I would not be surprised if they searched the police department as well to know that they could. Oh, wow. Okay. Terrible. Right. Terrible.
The other kids are all in foster care at this point. They're all with children, Child Protective Services. Hi, Kim M2. Let's see. Okay. I probably made it up in my head. I thought there was some sort of admission. That's what led to the arrest. I missed the other comment. So they haven't admitted to anything. They still, to this day, say she was wrapping Christmas presents and he was collecting firewood. There's no change in that story whatsoever.
They get away with this. I'm going to tell you right now. We're going to see. Oh.
Hi, Amanda.
Thanks, Amanda. Happy you're here. Yeah, Meg, it's been hard for Ryan. We got a little bit of her backstory too, which was kind of good. They were in disguise in their camper when they got arrested finally. Yeah. And they basically got arrested, I think, because they were about to take off. And they were just like, all right, let's just do it. I don't know. We haven't really gotten to the arrest part yet to know what we don't know. Does that make sense? We haven't been able to learn the things that we don't know about that yet. Okay, so
So the other thing she's trying to do, that her attorney is, she's trying to poke holes in the timing of when he was there and what he did when he was there, and how he directed his team, why he didn't ask for the neighbor security cameras that night, and why he does not go to the police station to interview Jacqueline and Trezell. He's the one who notes that there were 2 chalk drawings on the back patio. She does ask him about the previous witness, that Kalakios, and says, did you know that he made comments on Facebook and that he got in trouble by his prior supervisor? And he says, no, he didn't know anything about that. So I'm curious where that's going to go. I don't think it just sticks in my head about this whole Facebook post, because I'm like, what did he actually say? But that's said, but then it's stricken from the record. They object and it gets stricken. But I still had made the note, and I thought,
like I need to do.
So he's asked a lot about the child interviews, and does he have any specialty in doing children's interviews, and how interviewing a child is much different than interviewing an adult, and he agrees, blah, 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 same thing. She asked him if he was aware, and I think we talked about this last week, but maybe we didn't. One of the officers who testified in the first 3 days was asked a lot of questions, and he's Officer Hansen. He's asked a lot of questions. He was one of the officers that interviewed Jacqueline, and during the interview, he put his hand on her leg. And her attorney is like, you put her hand up her upper shorts or upper thigh or something like that. He's all, no, I put my hand on her knee. Like, he makes sure to specifically say, I put my hand on her knee. And she's like, is it appropriate for you to put your hand on a person that you're interviewing? He's like, well, it was emotional and she was upset. I was consoling her. So now that the chief of police is up here, she's like, so do you think it's appropriate that your officers like put their hands on people when they're being interviewed? And he's like, I didn't know that Officer Hansen put his hands on her when she was being interviewed.
Like, shouldn't there be an objection in there somewhere? Like, I don't understand.
Well, I mean, the thing is like they do touch you. It's part of the training. They touch you. They can't touch you inappropriately, right, but they do touch you. I mean, it's
like if you're crying, and even if they put their hand on the small of your back, on her knee, like cup the knee almost, you know, like I've done it. I mean, you know, like when you're consoling someone when they're upset, you know, the little, I get it's law enforcement and they're going to run with that.
Right. So, I mean, but I don't know. The thing is, this is typically why they're all recorded, so that you can see the interaction and you'd know if he actually touches her to console her and like puts her hand on his hand on her knee. Like, it's going to be okay. Just, you know, we'll figure it out. Or if it's like, hey, baby, you know, where's your boys? You know what I mean? Like, okay, let me see.
Well, thank you, Kim. Thank you so much.
So this is when the body-worn camera stuff comes back up, because the date is 12/23. He returns to the West House. He says that's incorrect. It was actually 12/22 that he returned to the West House. This becomes a big deal because he's doing a walkthrough of the house, and he actually finds a gun, and he is heard on his body-worn camera telling Trezell, I would hide that. So he tells him, like, I hide the gun. Which is then hidden underneath a blanket on one of the bunk beds, instead of making sure that it was actually secured so that there was, you know, safety precautions. So basically showing that the cops do not follow the protocols of what they are, you know, of police protocols. Once again, he walks through the backyard. Trezell's showing him all the things that happened. They start talking about the case and how people are acting crazy because it's gaining some momentum and people are already acting crazy. This is on the 22nd, next day. This is when Trezell makes sure to point out that the other 4 boys are part Hispanic, and that Orrin and Orson are, we haven't gone over Stauch yet, Jamie, nope. That Orrin and Orson are the only all black boys that they have. Both the West voluntarily give their DNA samples. And then now on the other cross, they talk about how this time he was there with another officer, and he walked outside with Trezell, and it was meant to separate them so that they could each talk to them individually. They had a dog there, a tracking dog, because he wanted to see if the boys had been driven away. And the other thing was that he purposely had the tracking dog officer follow the trail that they knew that the van had taken, because he thought it was possible that they drove their own boys away. That was interesting. So he sent Officer Hansen to Bakersfield, not knowing what was going to happen. He said that he counted on Trezell and Jacqueline's story. This is when he talks about the fact that they were, their initial investigation was about two boys who possibly had wandered off and were, cold and lost outside. Hi, Candace, and thank you, Kim M2, for joining. Bay and I are out. Aww. All right, you go have a good night. I'll see you soon, Seth. Thank you for coming.
Yes. Thank you, Seth. Have a good night. Enjoy it.
Right. So, he said, knowing what he knows now about the investigation, he would have handled things differently from the very first moment. But he was investigating his two missing, just two boys who'd wandered away. Said that he didn't know if the other children had learning disabilities or if they knew the difference between right and wrong. So on cross, they're asking him if the other four boys know the difference between right and wrong, and if they have any physical or learning disabilities. And he says he doesn't know. Okay, so this is still yesterday. Okay, so then next on the stand is Maria Martinez. This is Jacqueline's mom. So Jacqueline's mom speaks Spanish, so she had to have an interpreter there. So it was even more kind of chaotic to try to understand everything that was happening. You could also tell that she doesn't understand some of the questions in their entirety, because some of her answers do change, but they're not like changing in story. They're changing in like context, if that makes sense. Amanda, thank you. Showing thanks for sharing these trials, especially the West, which people seem to have forgotten. Justice for Orson. Aw, thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Thank you for being here for the boys too. Thank you.
Keeping my faith that they're going to be able to pull this off. It's just so hard without having the boys. And here's the thing: if these guys are not guilty, and they do find the boys, can't retry them.
I will lose my mind.
Fucking free. That's crazy. So okay. So some of the things she says, like I was saying, it's not like her story necessarily changes. It's just like you could tell that she understood the question better, so her answer changes a little bit. And I think you'll know when I kind of go through the notes. She talks about that she had adopted 3 kids in 2019. She also has her 3 older kids. They used to live in Bakersfield on Lotus Lane for 15 years. She states that the West bio kids are her grandchildren, which is was my first like, wait a minute, like technically they're all your grandchildren, they're all adopted. Hold on. She attended foster classes with Jacqueline. She doesn't know the names of the other 4 kids, which is weird. They typically would communicate on Facebook Messenger, and they would video chat at times. She never visited Trezell and Jacqueline. She only went to the Cal City home twice, but they typically did not hang out and visit each other. Hi, Marshall.
Should we go right to the kitchen or the dining room? Sorry.
She never babysat the kids, ever.
Ever.
She makes sure to tell them that Jacqueline lives her own life, and it's her job to raise her kids. She's raised her own children, and she won't raise Jacqueline's.
Yep.
I thought that was a really interesting statement. So that goes back to the beginning of the trial, where it was important that they said that the kids were in Bakersfield the weekend of the move with her parents, that's who babysat them.
Yes.
Right, Cray? She does not know their names.
No.
She does not know their names.
They have to recircle, bring them boys back to Bakersfield, because that's where that missing evidence actually is. And I will stand on that. I don't care.
I agree.
Standing.
So she doesn't know the name of the 4 adopted children. She is shown a photo of all the kids. She cannot name them. Let's see. She never babysat. She recognized the boys' pick, but didn't know their names. Doesn't remember ever watching them. Didn't know they moved until well after they moved. She didn't watch any children during the move. And her first visit, she took plans to Trezell and Jacqueline for the new house. She does not go in the house. She takes the plants out of her car, and Jacqueline helps her take them out of the car, but she never goes inside to say hi to the grandkids or anything. She let law enforcement do a phone extraction. Let's see. She didn't go to the home that day. Wait,
I think she came the next, right?
She didn't. Oh, she didn't go into the home that day, which was in October, so 10/10 of 2020. That's when she drops off the plants, but she doesn't actually go in. She no longer lives in Bakersfield. I believe she lives in Oregon now, where her other daughter lives. During the video chats, she thought it was weird that Jacqueline didn't show her the kids, but she hardly ever showed the kids in the video calls. She found out the boys were missing when the FBI showed up at her house to question her, which was like a couple days later. They went there to talk to her, which they struggled with because the officers that went to go talk to her were not Spanish speaking. So they actually had to use their cell phones as a translator app to try to communicate with her. They finally got a Bakersfield officer to come out and translate for them. She talks about a day at the beginning of December that apparently was important because Trezell dropped off Jacqueline, and her and Jacqueline went out for tacos. And that Trezell took the kids. So he stayed in the car. He just dropped off Jacqueline. So she did not see the kids on December 5th, 6th, whatever day that was. So she doesn't see the kids either. Nope. Nobody sees the kids. No one sees them. So then today starts. She's still on the stand. There's a video of her conversation with the FBI on 12/23. She says that Jay told her the kids. Okay, so Jacqueline told her that all the kids were at Trezell's parents'. She doesn't remember what day that Jacqueline came. She went to Cal City after the FBI showed up. That was her second visit. That was the second time she'd ever been to the Cal City house. She has shown messages between her and Jacqueline from August, where Jacqueline is telling her that they're considering going to Cal City. But let's see. She said she visited the Cal City twice. Once again, there's a language barrier here, so I just want to make sure, I don't know if this woman's a bad grandma.
I did it at first, guys. I was like, wow, she's really mean. But then, as the questions came up, I'm like, oh, I kind of get it now. And Jacqueline maybe could have been pushing away, or, they're on their 6th child by now. Maybe she's just like, I'm done. I tried with 1, 2, 3.
I don't know. I was kind of feeling that way because that's why I said, so she does say how weird it is that Jacqueline doesn't let the kids on the video calls. So it's like, does she not have a relationship with the kids because Jacqueline doesn't let them on the calls? But then she's like, I never babysat for them. I don't know. And that's why I said, I cannot tell if it had to do with just the way that the language barrier was, or the interpretation, the translation of what she was responding, because she does say, there's another example, and we'll talk about it in a second. So I'll go through this. So she says that, no, that's the translator app interview. She said,
leave it to Beaver.
So she is interviewed a couple more times, and they are pretty hard on her, basically saying, hey, if you're lying or if you're trying to cover for Jacqueline, you will be arrested and charged with crime. You better be telling the truth. So they're kind of pushing her hey, don't try to cover for her. This is it. You're going to be in trouble.
Because they were trying to put it on either one.
On redirect, this is why I say I was struggling with the context of certain things, because she talks about that she doesn't like to visit with Jacqueline and Trezell because Trezell makes her uncomfortable.
Didn't she say she?
But then I know. So this is what I said. Right. So she says she saw Jacqueline in 2020, and she hardly saw Jacqueline in 2020 and didn't know the names of Orrin and Orson. She said that Trezell doesn't speak Spanish, but she does like him.
Now, see, this is also weird because she didn't like him at Casa Loma because that's why he was sneaking in through the back.
Right. But she says he makes her uncomfortable, but then she turns around and says that he doesn't speak Spanish, but she does like him. I'm not 100% sure on how she says she doesn't know their names because all their names were changed. The problem with that is, so one of the big excuses that comes up throughout, it's a huge theme in this case, is that nobody saw the boys because it was 2020 and it was pandemic.
Right.
And nobody saw anybody, right? That was the big deal. Nobody ever saw anybody because we were all basically locked up in our homes, not trying to not get sick. But the boys' names were changed in April of 2019.
Yes.
They were all adopted in 2019. Hasn't Trezel's lawyers been throwing Jackie under the bus? That's how it sounds from trial day one. It doesn't really, to me, it didn't really sound like that. It sounds like they're really just kind of trying to save, like he's really focused on saving him, and her attorneys are really focused on what a shitty job the cops did. That's my interpretation of it. I have a question. So when she's testifying, there's a translator. Yes.
Damn.
Yes. So I think that there's a little throw Jackie under the bus, only because once they start to kind of figure out, obviously the boys aren't just missing, that something bad has happened. They do start to really push on Jacqueline that she did something and that Trezel's covering up for her, but then they switch it to that he did something and she's just covering up for him.
I think maybe during the investigation, when they actually realized, because they were trying to put it on the grandparents type of situation, I think that when they realized that Maria had nothing to do with anything, and that Wanda and Phil, possibly because these boys were there, a lot went down there. I think that's when they kind of just said, okay, if these two did do it, it was more Trezel. We got to get her to buckle first. See it, and that never happened. She never flipped. She never.
Neither one do. No, they're in it together. But neither one of them have good core family lives. Yeah. So I think that they have really bonded, and they've created their own. They're right or die. Yeah,
they're not. They're not going to sway on each other now at all.
Right. That's what I'm like. I was thinking, like, God, this woman. This is my mother-in-law. My mother would never. This would never ever be. But I was kind of trying to just cut some slack because I know that there's that little bit there, but I don't know. Yeah, I know. She doesn't even go in to say hi to the grandkids when she shows up at the house. Hasn't seen them for how long? Not even like a wave through the door, like, hey, Grammy's here.
If they're saying that Jacqueline was taught to foster through her, I'm sure she gets a lot of things from her. So Jacqueline's cold-heartedness and no emotion for things definitely aligns with her mother, for sure.
Right.
So maybe that's, I don't know.
All right, I'm going to finish this one up because I know that we got two other ones to go through still. Okay, so then Latoya Spry Sanders took the stand. Let me get this one here. She was actually the boys' foster mom before they were given to the West. So she was the foster parent to Sincere and Classic.
She got me. She got me.
So she fostered through Safe Haven Foster. She was their first foster. She had Orrin from the time he was 4 months old, and she got Orson when he was 11 days old. She said Orrin was a very happy little boy. She had gotten him because he had a leg injury, and so he had done his physical therapy for his leg injury. She says they were my family. It's so bad. She says I needed them more than they needed me.
Here, no, they really needed her. They really.
You're right. She says that Orrin went to a little school down the road where he learned ABCs and shapes and colors. She also has her own children, and she said that her kids loved him, and he was part of their family. Those kids were never separated. They never separated from Orrin and Orson when Orson got there. She says she has thousands of pictures of the boys, and she says pictures of the boys that you see are my pictures. She said every picture out there is for me. I put that in quotes.
Why does this happen? Why are they placed in really good circumstance or homes?
Oakley.
Oh my goodness, like terrible.
So her daughter, who was 6 at the time, went to school and had a scrape on her leg. And somehow the school contacted CPS and said that the dad had kicked her. And so that's how she got the scrape on her leg. So CPS got involved, and CPS came in and interviewed, and they said there was no charges were ever filed. Her kids were never taken, but they came in a few hours later on March 9th, 2018, and took both boys from her care.
Babies, right? And her other two? you know how old the other two are? Because for that whole adoption fostering situation, they definitely go for the babies. They get more for them. They can, and if they're looking to do something else with them, like trafficking and things like that, same thing. They like them a little bit younger. Easier to change the names, easier to change life all the way around.
The other kids were her kids, so they did not take her children. They just took the foster kids. But even though the whole call was supposedly about her own bio daughter who had a scrape on her leg, they didn't, for safety purposes, they didn't take her own children. What the CPS worker said was that she was overwhelmed because she had 6 children I think it was 5 or 6 children in the home, and she thought she was overwhelmed, so it would be in her best interest. She was, basically taking the boys to help her out.
Oh man! And didn't she bond with Ryan, the bio mom?
So that's next thing. So she was actually so they were actually very close. She was very close to the bio mom. She was actually about to adopt them. The adoption process was just started when they came in and took the boys out of her home. On 12/22, which was the day after the boys were reported missing, the bio mom is who called her and told her that the boys were missing. She said she was pissed. That's what she said. She said, I was pissed, and I went to their house in Cal City. I knocked on the door, and the story they told me made no sense and was not adding up. That was right off the bat. She's like,
she was coming for her babies. She was like, nope.
She says they were. That's why I said. She said they were her kids. Let's see. So the only big thing on cross-exam with her, this attorney. So she says to her, she said, so in your opinion, is it accurate that small children can say something false to a law enforcement or CPS worker that could get people in trouble? And she says, yeah, I would agree with that, because her daughter was 6 and she's the one who started this. So basically they're setting up the entire thing of how the other kids said that they hadn't seen the boys in months, and that now here we are.
Oh, I missed all of that, T. Oh, that was a good.
Yeah. So
hey, NorCal.
Hi, NorCal Jim. So John Ryan, who is Bakersfield Police from the Bakersfield Police Department, who is a liaison with the FBI, he ended up coming and working with Cal City, and he was actually working with Hansen, and he interviewed both the Wests. He basically says that he played nice cop with Trezell. They talked about how they grew up, family, so on and so forth, and he was bad cop with Jacqueline. So he really starts to push her, and so they play the video of him interviewing Jacqueline with the other cop, and I'm not even gonna go through all the things he says, but he's basically like laying into her like, you're not telling the truth. We know that you guys are covering something up, whether you did something and he's covering for you, or he did something and you're covering from him. Your story doesn't make any sense. It looks like you guys did a really good job planning this out, but we're always going to poke holes and we're always going to find the truth. So you might as well be honest now. And she's like, I am telling the truth. And then he comes forward and he says, hey, all of your other kids have said they have not seen Oren and Orson in months. And she said, well, they lie. Kids lie. And he said, your oldest kid, who's 10, is also saying he hasn't seen them in months. And she's like, well, he's lied before. I'm telling the truth. So then he's like, every single person in the boys' lives has shed a tear, except for you and Trezell. You guys have not cried once. And he said, and don't start fake crying now.
Yeah. Now, was this still the cop who was training, or am I confusing cops now? Was he training and came in and asked really good questions?
This is the last interview from today.
Oh,
it's
okay,
Officer Ryan from Bakersfield.
Oh, no, I think that is. I think Officer Ryan.
I don't know. When they start going through all their credentials, I don't typically pay too much attention to that.
The one Hernandez, you know that Hernandez.
I know you want to listen to Hernandez. I haven't heard him. Hansen has testified, but so yeah. So anyway, so they stop in the middle of this interview today. So tomorrow morning the interview will pick back up. It's another one that you can hardly hear what she says, but she's not doing a lot of talking anyway. She's basically repeating the same story. I was wrapping Christmas presents. The only gate they could get out was the side gate, and Trezell was getting firewood, and they just had to have wandered away. You guys know if there's any camera in the courtroom that may get released in the future, or if the audio is allowed to be recorded for future use. You are not allowed to record it.
Oh, wow.
There is a camera that is allowed in there. I do not know if they're filming the entire thing, but they are allowed to do a couple clips, and they do put the couple clips out. But I know that was really only for opening statements. I don't even think they're doing that now. I haven't seen anything. No, they do not want it. Michelle has a whole theory on this, on why they're doing it this way. But no, the audio is live, you have to listen to it live. You cannot record it, you cannot restream it, nothing.
Lady Tinkerbell.
You can listen to it. You just have to listen to the live audio. And it's a struggle. It's a struggle to listen to.
I'm completely into this case. And I get maybe 2 hours in and I can't even do it just because of the hearing struggle. It's that bad.
It is. It's kind of bad.
It's bad. Especially if it's audio from another audio or the body cam, whatever. Like, it's terrible. Can't get anything.
The body cams are really bad. To give them some credit, Captain, whatever he is, Police Chief Hightower, said the Cal City Police Department does have all new body worn cameras with an all new company at this point in time. So that's not a concern for them any longer, but it was at this time.
Was it that time?
And why didn't they audit their bank records, cross-reference the store security cameras that would at least have an idea of the last time all the kids were together? Well, we haven't got there yet. But in this interview, she talks about that she dropped the boys off, that all of them, all the kids, all 6 kids, Trezell and her, went on Saturday to drop the kids off at his parents' house. Or at his mom's house, and that they went to a gas station, and then now the dogs are going to wrestle. They went to a gas station, and then they went to McDonald's. So I'm wondering if we're going to get there yet, because there is footage of.
Right.
We know they have more footage that we obviously have not seen as the public, but we know that they were going from place to place to get this footage. And then I think it was on the 20th, 19th or 20th. Shoot, I'm not going to remember the date now. Where all the kids went and got in the car from the neighbor, the 19th. The 19th, they went and got in the car to go shopping, and we don't see all the kids get in. And I know they went to those stores too. I'm going to move her real quick. I'll be right back.
All you see are the little, and it's Trezell and Jacqueline have this very strategic way of loading these kids in and out of that house. Like they've done it many, many times before. I'm sure they have. He kind of cuts the van off, like from the street views. He must have been completely aware of certain cameras and not aware of like 1 or 2, like actual neighbors with cameras. So he had the truck aligned that way for those cameras. What he didn't realize was the other 2, actually the other 4 that picked him up. You can clearly see on the 19th, he comes out, he opens the door. One kid comes in. Now, mind you, the door is blocking this way. So all you can literally see is them coming from the step into that like door area right there. You see 1 kid, 2 kid, 3 kid. You see Jacqueline, her taller figure, and then you see 1 other little figure. And then I believe Trezell gets in because he doesn't even go around to get into the driver's side. I believe he gets in through the passenger side, and then Jacqueline gets in, shuts the door. There are clearly only 4 children that day, not 6, not 5, only 4. It's just knowing the case, and look back at that footage now, and it freaks me out. It actually freaks me out. And then when you go back and you're listening to them sell this story to the police of, no, all 6 kids were there. And, we have this sighting that they want this to be the missing evidence. And these boys were never seen. These boys never, one, made it to Cal City. The other, my theory, a lot of the boots on the ground theory is there was a fire at Wanda's. Evidence was destroyed then. And this happened, like law enforcement says, 3 to 4 months prior to even being reported. What's scary is how many more Jacqueline and Trezells that are out there that once they understand how to stick to the plan, how to stick to the script.
Okay, so hold on. I put a link in the chat and it's the wrong one. So that's Letitia Stauch. Hold on. See,
Hold on.
I'm getting you the one for Orrin and Orson right now.
I love you, Pink. Hey, Duncan.
But if you guys need the Letitia Stauch one, that's that one. Let me see. There's that. Okay, this one, the Kern County. This is for Orrin and Orson. It should take you straight to a page that says Superior Court of California, County of Kern, Metro Division, Department for Audio Streaming. It should take you right in, and at the bottom of that, you'll see where it says Kern County Superior Court, and there's a play button. It is the same play button every single day. So, like I said, this link is also, if you lose the link and you can't find it, under my West Boys case files live, the link is in that description. And if I remember tonight, I will make sure to put it in this one as well. My memory, I don't know.
I get it.
I'm going to leave my camera off for a second because I'm going to shove some popcorn chicken in my mouth.
You get your dinner in. We're going to be up here. I think somebody had a question.
Oh, you want the iPhone link? Hold on. Let me find that real quick.
Marshy, the photo with the diaper, are you talking about both boys are still in a diaper? Is that where one's kissing the other one and they're really, really like babies? Because I don't think, Jacqueline Trezell had like no pictures, and now knowing from the original foster parent that most of those pictures were hers. I'm going to go with the kids on this one. I think only one made it to Cal City for maybe 1 or 2 days, possibly, and the other one definitely didn't. But let me know what picture you're talking about.
Okay, and then that's the join link. Well, we know that there's the picture that's what they're at the restaurant or whatever it is, because it's
the family pic.
Right. And then
Hey, Vanessa. One in a hallway against the wall, one boy far away. Wait, I know which one you're talking about. I do know. I think that's actually Wanda's house. Is he up against like a darker wall? It's like a dark orange wall, I believe. If it is, that's from Wanda's house.
I think you're right. Hi, Vanessa. Oh, thank you guys. Thank you for joining KW10 and A Human Being. I appreciate it. Yeah. I hate when people eat on a live, but I have to.
Get your dinner in.
I haven't had lunch. I literally had breakfast, and then I had some Reese's covered pretzels.
Like I need my candy back. I don't know where it went. Got chips. Pointer lover. She's a new
Pointer lover.
I love you, Allie. So do you. My Delana, how are you, my love? How are you?
Pointer, you guys are so cute. Thank you.
You're awesome. Thank you, guys.
Okay. So, next, let's do Stauch. Should we do Stauch or Vallow?
Whatever you want, baby.
Darn it.
You get into Vallow. You want to do Stauch first? Stauch.
You're like her attorney. Hi, Mal. No, let's do Vallow. Let's do Vallow, and then we'll do Stauch.
Okay.
Let's do Vallow next.
Okay. Oh, she's feeling frisky, isn't she? Look at that.
Because when I get tired, then you'll be able to take it. I'll be like, all right, let me get all this out of me.
She's got all this covered.
All right, hold on.
I want to see the notes for this one.
Freaking
you guys know she's been waiting a very long time for this moment. A very long time.
I really, really have. So I got so excited I actually tore that page out. So, well, that one page. There's plenty more though.
Hey, Mel, it's True Crime Time. How are you?
I love chocolate covered pretzels, but in the store today I found Reese's peanut butter cup chocolate pretzels.
Wait, what?
They're pretzels covered in Reese's peanut butter cup.
Oh, I like.
I never had them, and that ended up being what my lunch was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It was a bad idea.
That's why you're starving.
It's so hard to keep up though. I know it really is. Okay, what do you guys want to do? Do you guys want to do Vallow or do you want to do Stauch? Which one you want to do? You pick. Vallow, Stauch.
I like your Vallow idea for a simple fact. We can kind of close out with Letitia because I think everybody, well, no, I don't even want to say that because I feel like everyone has strong opinions for Lori too, but Letitia's been showing her, we've been getting to see that. So I don't know, totally up to you. hotel.
Big sigh. Lori Vallow.
Let's do it. Come on. Because you know what, to be honest, I mean, Letitia's a lot, but she'll keep us going anyway. And she's more of a visual. Stauch. NorCal Jim, same. I was not even into this case. And then I just watching it for the sake of talking with T. And she is one of the worst human beings, like literally on this planet.
She's a really bad person.
She's a horrible person. Yeah. And we're being nice with our words because we have to.
Okay, so it's basically like totally divided. So Stauch Vallow. Or I have Vallow out. We'll just do Vallow. And then we can end on insanity.
There you go.
I like how Sweet Mom calls her. What does she call her? The greasy liar.
I live for it.
Okay.
And she knows it too. She knows it.
So once again, same thing. If you don't know a lot about the history of this case, this is extremely convoluted. There is a ton of history. I would highly recommend. I have one very good video with Missy, who's followed it from the beginning as well, who put together a beautiful PowerPoint.
Yes.
And it covers just the top level. If you really, really, really want to get in like deep into Vallow, I highly suggest Difficult Research. And cult is all capitalized. That is Charles Vallow's niece.
Forgot
who
about
runs
that.
podcast. And then the other one I recommend is A Murderous Heart. And that is Annie Cushing's podcast. She is Joe Ryan's sister, Lori's ex-husband, who also died.
T put me on that one for me to like fully understand this case, and I'm glad she did. So if you guys are not familiar with this case, absolutely check that one out because I really, really like.
That's like if you want to go deep inside. Mm-hmm. Now, for trial purposes, I know that there's quite a few people that are doing like recaps on this nightly. So if you want to just know what's going on with the trial, I know Britt and Mal are having nightly ones. I know that Jen Liu from the Word Case Studies and Ali Erickson they're combining and switching channels. The other combo is CDT is actually covering Gannon's case in the mornings, and then ATS is covering Vallow. So you can kind of get you can get a little bit all over the place. So depending on what you want, but if you want the history, it is more complex than Murdoch, in my opinion.
Yes. Which
is why I couldn't get into Murdoch, because I was so into Vallow Daybell. Yes, I can. I'll type them out. I won't have a chance to get the links, but if anybody can, that would be great. So Difficult Research, a Murderous Heart. Those are the two if you want like the big get back, all the details and everything, timelines.
I'm going to try and link it now.
Okay, you're going to try to link them? Yep. Okay, perfect.
I got you, baby.
Difficult Research, A Murderous Heart, and then, like I said, there's a lot that are covering. Hidden True Crime is a little different. She kind of has a different side. She's actually got more Daybell side, which is interesting because like she has like a whole huge interview with Heather Daybell, which is Chad's sister-in-law. She's married to Chad's brother. So that's a whole nother interesting side of things too. But for me personally, those are the two that give you the main timelines, and they walk you through step by step of what happened. And I don't know if there's anything that they miss. Yeah, they're both amazing channels. Oh, thank you, Vicky, for joining. Nor Jasmine, I thought, did pretty good with the Vallow deep dives. Nor does a good job. I'm just talking like timeline purposes, because these guys, I think, are so intricate in the case itself that they know everything from being a part of, like physically being a part of it. I think that makes it a little bit different. That's why I think I kind of gravitate to them. Allegedly Innocent, that's a great channel.
Yes.
she's also a little different. She gives a different insight into what she thinks that these people, whether they really are crazy or how did they end up where they are. So you get a whole nother insight going that direction too. Let me see. I wish I had the time to do super deep dives, but I do more short ones for quick updates. It's really tough because I really do like a good deep dive. The problem I'm running into right this second is that the cases I have done deep dives on are literally all in trial right now. So I started a new video on another case, and it's really just been pushed to the wayside because I have to know what happens with all of these. I can't, and I was telling Michelle, like, I can't pick. I don't want to pick. Oh, Pointer Lover, thank you.
Thank you, Pointer Lover.
Yes, that's one of my good updates, and they switch back and forth, and then it just depends. It really it's preference on the perspective that you're looking for. It's also for me, I listen to everything I can because I like all the different perspectives. But so my question for anybody with the Vallow case, and I'm going to refer to her as Vallow typically because I refer to him as Daybell, and it just makes it easier for me. And that whether she wants to be called Mrs. Daybell or not, I really could give two shits what she wants. So I'm going to call her Mrs. Vallow or just Vallow. My question to you guys in this Vallow Daybell situation, who is the ringleader? Vanessa, thank you.
Oh.
I want to know who you think is in charge. Was it Lori that was in charge? Was it Chad that was in charge? Or was it just the dynamic of these two people together that just blew everything up? Hi, Austin.
Why can't I see nothing?
Oh, Lori, Chad, Lori. I think both. I think they switch roles at some point.
I'm going with both too, and I think they sadly complement each other's evil behavior, and they were just waiting for each other in some crazy way. And I think that's actually how they really like saw it. They were the missing pieces to each other. Strange world.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Mel.
Two crazy people together was wildfire. Mm-hmm. It's ironic because it's actually one of the things that I always felt like with Watts, that Chris and Nikki getting together is what caused all the crazy.
I totally agree. You almost stopped for a second ago. If this was a different type of, if she was a different type of mistress, if he was a different type of husband, would that have actually went down the way that it did? We know the affair was bad, and that was, but what if those two souls did not connect? I'm big on that.
I'm wondering if that's how it is here.
I think so, for sure.
Suitcase, Vallow, Summer Wells, The Boys, and Gannon. Just a few. Just to name a few.
Just a few. KW.
Mm-hmm.
Following Summer alone it's a long one.
I do feel like he had this weird dynamic of, this whole end of the world, so on and so forth. And then he was writing these books, and then those books became, they were put on a pedestal by Lori. So I think that when they finally met, the amount that she had already put him on a pedestal, he had never had that because he's Chad Daybell. And so he could not fathom that this beautiful woman wanted to put him on a pedestal. And he already had those little intricate, weird things that he was already feeling. And then she was feeling those. And then it heightened. I guess I don't technically just think Lori, only because the emails are from him. He's the one who's rating all of these people light and dark spirits. But she's also influencing how dark. Are you sure? I think you need to recheck JJ because he's been acting a little different. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, because JJ was actually a light spirit, and she wanted him to be dark, but according to Chad, JJ wasn't dark. So like there's these weird things. So I feel like he was like, okay, well, I have to make her happy. So do you think that Chad knew how to work the room? Really? See, I feel like she knew how to work the room. I think Chad like lived in a dark little closet and wrote these weird books. And then it was like he found these people who actually liked his books, and then he was like, look at me, I'm famous.
That's where I feel like they feel that each other, like they complemented each other, and they felt that. He wasn't as, I don't even know what to call her at this point, but she is way more aggressive and full of energy versus his demeanor for me. And I think that's where she kind of came in for him and gave him, for him, I just is not how I see it as like this loving thing. No, he gave her some type of spirit that he just, or energy that he just didn't have. And I don't know, I'm trying to make sense out of two crazy asses and it's just not happening.
I like Deb says, Chad is awkward and creepy. He really is.
Yeah. Like, I don't know what to call him. He's just, yeah, like, boom, right there.
Remember the lady who said he was innocent, then came back and said he was a perv? Is that Julie? Which one is that one? I think that's probably Julie Rowe, but I'm sure there's a few. Okay, so that trial actually started this week. So on Monday, and how many of you guys have listened to it? I mean, do we need to go through the notes, or do you guys want to just, like, is there hot topics you want to talk about? You guys want some dates, need some timelines? What do we want?
She threatened to walk away from him. Chad was pulled in with his lust towards her, but he isn't innocent. I do think she manipulated his evil tendencies. Hey, Ashley. Hey, Tish. Logical one. Candace, I just started, so I just take T's lead on this one. Shortcake, you've been listening? Okay. Hey, Allie, we love you. Good night, babe.
Okay, we'll go through notes.
True Crime Crazy wants to know your notes.
We'll do it.
Do it.
Okay, so right off the bat, I found it interesting who was actually in the courtroom and who wasn't in the courtroom. So none of Lori's family's there. None of her siblings, not her mom, nobody. Nobody in Lori's family's there. We know, and we already knew that Tammy's parents couldn't be there. They actually asked for them to be able to view it, like on a Zoom or Skype kind of thing, because they're both elderly and under the weather, and they wanted to be able to watch, but they cannot actually physically go to the courtroom. They can't travel. So, yes, Shortcake. I am a huge Nate Eaton fan. And I watch his nightly updates. Him and Justin Lum is who I follow for anything to do with the case, really. And always have, ironically. I remember when they met each other and they were like, they laughed like they were both meeting like a famous person when they met each other. Delana, what happened?
What's wrong?
I'll keep your daughter in my prayers. I hope everything's okay, Delana. Yes, he does. I think he truly cares too. Him and Justin, like this, they're vested. They have a vested interest in the outcome of this case. Okay, so Tammy's parents couldn't be there. Larry and Kay were there for the first day. Kay did not come yesterday, but she did come back today. Annie Cushing, who's Lori's ex-sister-in-law, has been there. Charles's brother Jerry was there. And then we know that Brandon Boudreaux was there. And if you don't know who Brandon is, it's Lori's niece's ex-husband now. He ends up testifying. He doesn't come back. The other ones that I thought was interesting that there is Cole and Zach Vallow and Cheryl Wheeler. Nicole and Zach Vallow are Charles Vallow's children. They're his oldest sons. So they're JJ's siblings. Well, because JJ was adopted. And then technically they're also Tylee's step siblings, even though they're much older. They're still related. But here's the thing is this trial is not about Charles. So they are specifically there to support the fact that this is for JJ and Tylee.
Yeah.
Which I found just very interesting to me because this isn't actually Charles. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And none of her family even showed up for her. Her own son, Colby, is not there.
No.
And he was allowed to be there during the ruling of who was allowed to be in and who was not allowed to be in. He was ruled that he was allowed to be in. He is considered a victim and a witness and a victim. But I love the fact that both Charles's kids were there because they were like, this bitch is going to fry.
Oh, yeah. That says a lot, too.
And for anybody who doesn't know or doesn't remember, she texts them that their dad died. Your dad's dead. Hope you're having a good day. I miss you guys. That's pretty much her text. And they tried for days to get information. She told them that he died of, I think it was a heart attack originally. So they didn't even know that their own dad was shot. And much less shot by her brother. So we got opening statements, and they talk about the motive, and they talk about how JJ was very hard to care for. Also, the JJ wasn't even getting his medication, but they don't talk about that yet. Tammy was in the way, and Tylee had money, and Lori wanted it, and Lori gets what Lori wants. Mm-hmm. One thing I didn't know was that they had found DNA on the pickaxe in the Daybell shed. That was new to me. They showed pictures to the jury that day. One thing I did take note of was that they, I don't know how you say it. They had pictures of, some of this is really graphic, you guys, and I'm really sorry and to say some of this stuff, but it just is what it is, but I hate it. Tylee, they said that her hands were removed.
Yeah. They
had been cut off. But they show a picture of the autopsy of Tammy's hand when she was exhumed. And they show a picture of JJ's hand from his autopsy. And then it's transposed into the hands of Lori and Chad, the picture that's been all over online, of where their hands are together when they got married in Hawaii. This is what they wanted, and this is what it cost. This is what they did to get where they wanted to go.
I will say this, even without really knowing this case and listening to this trial, it's very emotional. It's very, very emotional. It is very hard to hear how they find and what he's about to go over.
So
but
bad.
Take your time, babe. If you need me to push in anywhere, I will. I know this one's hard for you, so.
So let me see. They show a picture of Tammy during her autopsy with glasses. The journalist said you actually could recognize her. And this is still opening statements. So the prosecutor says, this is that they believe this case started on October 18th when Lori met Chad at a Preparing of People conference. That she was a big fan of his books. They felt like they were meant to be together, as they had designated themselves as James and Elena, which were biblical figures, and that they knew that they had been together in a past life. I wrote this in quotes. Defendant will move any obstacle to get what she wants, and she wanted Chad Daybell. They rated people by light and dark spirits, which evolved into the dark spirits evolved into a person becoming a zombie. Alex would do anything for Lori. He quit his job. He followed her to Idaho at the drop of a hat. Lori was telling others that Tylee had become dark. Nobody did anything about that, by the way. That still infuriates me.
Yes.
They all just bought into this bullshit. And when they moved to Idaho, this was actually something that I thought was interesting too. When they moved to Idaho, Alex changed the Wi-Fi password to too many kids, and Lori thought that was funny.
Unreal.
Let's see. They talk about Tammy on 10/9/19. This actually becomes even more important as they talk about all the search warrants and stuff, which is interesting too. 10/9/19, Tammy had come home from work. When she pulled into her parking spot, she was actually attacked by like a masked gunman who, at the original time when we look back at those reports, it talks about that the person was like in camouflage. So that becomes important later. She heard a couple of pops and then the suspect took off running. Remember, masked gunman in camouflage. Okay, so then Lori stated that he can't do anything right after this happened. Alex's phone pinged in the area of Tammy's house that day. She says that we're going to hear about a trip to Missouri that Lori took with her niece Melanie and her friend Audrey. That Lori led castings against Tammy because she was possessed by the evil spirit Viola.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you guys think Letitia's bad. Like, talk about all the made-up names here.
Yeah.
Chad's neighbors said that Lori and Chad couldn't keep their hands off each other after Tammy died. I thought that was another big one. Mm-hmm. That they actually saw them together and they couldn't keep their hands off each other. Let's see. Lori looked for malachite wedding rings in May of 2019, which is before Tammy and Charles were dead. She was already looking at malachite wedding rings. Chad looked for rentals in Hawaii and on the reservations. It had no kids. November 2019 was the wellness check. JJ was supposedly in Arizona with Melanie Gibb. Melanie Gibb was told that JJ was with Kay. Kay called in a welfare check. Melanie was asked to send a photo of the kids to law enforcement, of any kids. Just send them a picture of some kids and then just tell them JJ's there. Eventually, Melanie says JJ was never with her, and Melanie records the call, which I think we've all heard the call now. If someone is dark and the castings aren't working, then the body has to be destroyed. It comes out officially that Tammy's cause of death is as asphyxiation. Oh my gosh, asphyxiation! Oh my goodness, asphyxiation by the hands of another. When the Daybell kids did, it was like 2020 or Dateline or whatever, they had actually told us that was the new cause of death. Because remember, there was no autopsy performed on Tammy to begin with, but she was 49 and in good health, which makes no sense. But Chad didn't want an autopsy. So those older children had already told us that she had died that way, but this is now official. And the other thing they said in that was like, if our dad was like a cult leader, like we would know, because why wouldn't he have picked us to be in the cult? And I remember thinking to myself, the whole saying, call your dad, you're in a cult. Like, don't call your dad because your dad is the cult. Are Chad and Tammy's kids still supporting the dad? I hope they see the truth now. They are also not there watching Lori's trial. So I'm curious. Last I knew they were still supporting him. Okay, so let me see. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, I think that's the end of that one. Hold on.
I agree, Delana. Some should just not have kids at all.
Oh, the crazy part about the whole thing with Lori is they talk about, and everybody who knew her talked about what a great mom she was.
Yes, I was so surprised by that. I was, oh, okay.
Okay, so still opening. Well, I'm going to take a drink.
Loves her Dr. Pepper. She got it today.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Delana. Look, just covering these trials right here, and then all the other cases that we cover, even, prior to these trials coming up. And now we're in the thick of these trials, and it's just, we're getting all of our little missing puzzle pieces, and we go from one horrific version of a story to an even more sickening, terrifying for these babies. I mean, our babies shouldn't have to go through these things
It's crazy.
by the hands of those who love
Well,
them.
the thing is like there's other people who will take care of them. Like they had options. This wasn't their only option. Like it's just never the only option. It's just like it's crazy. Are Chad and Lori still a couple? Yes, they are still married. Do they communicate? They're technically not allowed to communicate without the court's approval. Okay, so still opening statements, prosecution. Alex's phone pinged near where Tylee's body would ultimately be found. They talk to the jury and say, make sure that you remember that a conspiracy is 2 or more persons, a meeting of the minds that are planning a crime. That is conspiracy. They talk about the photo of JJ in red clothing, his arms. Oh, they show the photo. Oh, geez. They show the photo of JJ in his red clothing where his arms are duct taped. There's no photo of Tylee, but Tylee did not have her hands when she was found. After graphic photos, they showed a pic of. I said that part. Okay. So then Archibald is up for the defense. He talks about that he's been 27 murder trials and they are tough and typically they're resolved outside of the court. Talks about Lori was born in California. She's lived in Texas, Hawaii, Arizona, and Idaho. She believes in life after death. People liked Lori and wanted to be around her. She was known as a good mom, and Kay wanted her to adopt JJ. JJ was Kay's grandson. Said that Lori was a good wife and a good mom. I thought this was interesting, and this is what I took note of. There's a lot of was. A lot of was a good wife, a lot of was a good mom. She is still a wife, and she is still a mom. But they talk about her like past tense. She was a good wife, and she was a good mom.
Like she did morph into this other being.
Right, but they don't have. There is no insanity defense or anything like that here. So I don't know what they were going with that. But it caught my attention. So then he like basically goes into, Lori had an interest in religion and end of times, and she met Chad, and her beliefs basically evolved. So what happened? Who was involved? Where did it happen? And why did it happen? He said the prosecution has the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Lack of evidence will be not guilty. Lori's alibi, she was in her apartment when Tylee and JJ died in Alex's apartment. She was with Melanie Gibb, David Warwick, which is Melanie Gibb's now husband, and Chad Daybell. And when Tammy died, she was in Hawaii. Once again, you got to go back. Conspiracy. 2 or more persons, a meeting of the minds planning a crime. Okay, so first on the stand was Kay Woodcock. If you guys want to listen to this audio, you actually can listen. East Idaho News has purchased it and are posting it on the daily, so you can listen to it at night. So, like for me, like I follow a lot of the tweets during the day just to kind of keep up, and then I go and listen to it at night because I want to be able to hear I like to hear the tone of their voices, because you get more from that, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You know me, I like to read, see, talk, look, watch, all the things. So Kay Woodcock takes the stand. This is just hard in general, but this is one of those like bada bing moments that I was talking about that the West trial just does not have. And both Stauch and Vallow have that. Yes, meaning she did not have to be there. Right. She did not have to physically be there. So this whole alibi bullshit that they keep trying is worthless, in my opinion. So she talks about JJ and says that her son had a child that he couldn't care for. Her son's name is Dennis. He had the child with Mandy. They named the baby Kanan Todd. He was born at 30 weeks with drugs in his system. Kay became his caretaker. Kay and Larry became his caretaker from May 2012 to February 2013. She said that Lori and Charles wanted to have a child of their own that was together, and so they actually approached her about adopting JJ, and they did end up adopting him and changed his name to Joshua Jackson Vallow. One condition of the adoption was that Kay and Larry were his grandparents and got to remain in his life. that when they had moved to Arizona, she would still come out Kay and Larry would still come out about every 3 months to see them. When they lived in Hawaii, they went out about every 6 months. They always did FaceTime calls. She said Lori was a doll, the kind of mom everyone would want. She sometimes saw Tylee, but not often. Tylee was typically out doing her own thing. So Charles moved JJ to Texas. So we do know somewhat about this. So this is when things started to kind of go awry and they were talking about getting divorced and whatnot. Charles moved JJ to Texas, and Lori actually doesn't come. She goes back and forth to Hawaii at this point. Kay would come and visit to take care of JJ because Charles traveled for work. In February of 2019, she had to financially help Charles's business. And if you remember it, there's a whole big fight that Lori ends up like emptying out his bank account and he can't make payroll. Lori ends up moving to Texas in April of 2019. They make a really big deal about this, though, and I don't think it's in her testimony, but at some point they do. At least they have even before. There was 58 days that she does not contact JJ. She does not contact her son, does not text him, does not call him, does not speak to him, does not ask how he's doing. 58 days, she has nothing to do with her kid. So Lori moved to Texas in April 2019. Annie Cushing has a lot of good stories about this time frame, about things that she found that were happening at that moment. Charles bought a house in Chandler. He was not going to be living in the house in Chandler. He bought the house in June of 2019. They were going to be getting divorced, but Charles wanted to make sure that Lori and the kids were set up and taken care of. Let me see. Oh, I think I actually wrote this. Hold on. When Kay was helping Charles out in Texas while Lori wasn't around is when Charles actually told her that he wanted to change the beneficiary of his life insurance to her because he knew that him and Lori weren't going to be working out. He wanted her to take half of it and give it to his 2 older sons and the other half to help take care and raise JJ to make sure that he was going to be okay. Obviously, Lori didn't work. Lori was a hairdresser on and off, but she typically just lived off of her different husband's money. So he gets her a house before he's planning on the divorce to happen. He's already setting her up in Chandler. So we know that Charles ends up being shot in that home in July of 2019 by Alex, and then Kay receives this life insurance money about a week after Charles died, or starts receiving the benefits. And Lori contacts Kay about the life insurance because Lori did not know that Charles had changed it. So Kay had contact with JJ on July 20th, which was a week after Charles's death. She notes that somebody else was holding the phone for JJ because he normally, when he would hold the phone during FaceTime, she would see the ceiling. Because he would just walk around and you could see like up his nostrils basically, and you'd see the ceiling. She said somebody else was definitely holding it because he was looking up at the person and you could see his face. They only got to talk for about 30 to 45 seconds. That JJ was not happy and he was having a meltdown. The last contact she had with him was on August 10th of 2019. And every time she tried to get a hold of Lori, Lori would not respond. Originally, Lori had said that JJ would be allowed to go to Charles's memorial, but when Kay bought the tickets, Kay was going to fly to Arizona and then fly back with JJ. When the time came, she would never answer. So JJ did not get to go to his own dad's memorial service.
Wow.
The night that Charles died, we do know now, right, Sniper? We know now that Lori had a pool party that night, and that Colby went to. But Colby also was told, I believe, that Charles had a heart attack. He didn't know that he had been shot either.
Oh.
Yeah, her brand new house that she moved into that Charles had got for her.
Are you kidding? Oh, I missed all of that portion.
Oh yeah, she had a nice big pool party that night. Her housewarming party. So his birthday was 5/25/12. This is JJ. He was adopted on 6/25/14. Kay sees a photo of JJ. And she starts crying. It's really sad. And she talks about the photo. I have the photo. Let me see if I can show it to you guys.
Exactly, Ava. Yep.
Let's see.
Rambling. You have me over here cracking up. And the body cam was crazy. She just acted like there was some average thing happening, laughing and joking. Yeah, she's starting to make some of these ones that I've dealt with look like cupcakes, and that's scary by itself.
Okay, so this is the photo that she talks about.
That sweet boy.
She said that she took this photo in Larry's truck at Lake Charles, which I thought was just interesting because it's Lake Charles and that's her brother. He's got a t-shirt, the green t-shirt on and smiling. Kay told police she was concerned after Charles had died. In November of 2019, Kay signed into Charles's email, and there was an order that had been delivered to Rexburg, and she called Brandon, and then she called law enforcement. She got into the Amazon account, and she saw the searches for a bathing suit, for men's clothing, and malachite rings. On 10/2/19, so October 2nd, 2019, was when the malachite rings were shipped to, or malachite ring was shipped to Rexburg. Tammy didn't die until 10/19 of 2019. So the rings were ordered from Charles's Amazon account before Tammy was even dead. Let's see. Okay, so on Cross, he really talks to her a lot about why she allowed them to take JJ after she'd been raising him, and she just talks about that she felt like they had a better situation for JJ. They traveled and they had fun and they did family things more so than her and Larry did. Then they talk a lot more about the 58 days that Charles and Lori were apart and how she had to help out. Okay. Then Brandon Boudreaux takes the stand. So if you're not familiar once again with Brandon is Melanie's, which Melanie is, okay, let me back up. Brandon and Melanie were married. Melanie is Lori Vallow's niece. It's her sister's daughter. So Alex would have also been her uncle. So they were divorced in 2019. And he ends up being shot at, which is interesting. Wow. So Brandon takes the stand. He was married to Melanie for over 10 years. They have four children together. One of his sons was very close to JJ. He actually baptized Tylee when she was 8 years old. Melanie had an affinity for Lori, is how he puts it, that she just looked up to her. She really, really wanted to be like her, Aunt Lori. Brandon and Charles really got along. They bonded over like work and business and so on and so forth. By the end of 2018, Melanie was involved in church. He made sure he actually points out, once again, you can listen to all this audio too. He points out that, he's always, he was always into church, but not like overly into church. And she was always kind of like, it wasn't really a big thing. And then she started to kind of go more often. And then she started to go like overly religiously. Like it was to the point where people were like, this is weird. Why are you going so much? So, and then she was going to these things called firesides. And Charles didn't go to them. And he said it was very clear to him that he was not welcome, that Melanie said that this was her thing and he was not allowed to go. She became really extreme about the end of times, and she started to go to the temple daily. I gotta take a drink. Sorry. Okay, sorry about that. Let me see. Where were they at? Oh, that they got enough. He said they got in an argument because she wanted to spend $10K on food prep to make sure that they had Dr. Peppered up, my friend. Yeah, she wanted it like on food storage to make sure, for the end of times that they had enough food. $10,000 on food. What? Michelle, you want to go spend 10 grand on food so that we can make sure we don't go hungry?
Well, you already know I have our whole life planned out for when we run away, so take care of it. Well, already done. It is that he's the sweetest little boy. I think every person that's talked about JJ has all said the same thing. Just exactly the way he looks. He's got his little hands folded, his seatbelt on.
He's so cute.
Hair combed over. He really is. Oh, Pink, you're the first one we are picking up, babe. You know it.
He says that Charles would bring JJ to the house to play with his son. This Melanie accuses Brandon of hacking into Lori's computer. That was another big fight they got in. Another big fight was that Melanie said that Brandon was gay.
Oh.
On June 25th, 2019, Brandon calls Charles and tells him basically Brandon's starting therapy. Melanie did not want Charles talking to Brandon. She did not want them talking to each other. At first, though, when things were starting to go sour between the two, Charles and Lori, she didn't want to pick sides, but then she ultimately says, no, we're picking sides. On 10/2/19, this is when, so they're split up, and Brandon goes and takes a couple of the kids to school, and then a couple of the kids to her house, because remember they have 4 kids. And then I don't know where he went. I think he went to the gym. Did I write that down? Yeah. Okay. So then he goes to the gym, and then he goes to his new apartment, his new townhouse. Only a few people knew about his new address because he had just moved in a few days prior. When he pulls up, there's a Jeep that's parked really close behind a white van. That it catches his eye. It says like the rear tire was gone and the rear window was open. It was just the way that it was parked was just really weird. He says that as he drove forward, the window in the Jeep opened. He saw a gun with a silencer. The bullet hit the top of his driver window. He hit the gas and just floored it and went forward and called 911. He says he stopped like around the corner and he watched as the Jeep left his neighborhood. And then he went back home where the police ended up meeting him. And he tells them that he just got shot at. So this is actually what I'm now gathering is what really actually started this huge investigation. I always kind of thought it was Kay, and not that it wasn't Kay, because I don't think we would be here without her, but I actually think this is what really pushed it. So the Gilbert, because he lives in Gilbert, Arizona, the Gilbert Police Department actually is the one who contacts the Rexburg Police Department so that they can start looking for this Jeep. Because Brandon recognizes the Jeep, and he actually knows the VIN number of the Jeep because he sells insurance, and he's the one who insured the Jeep when Charles bought it for Tyler. So he knows the Jeep. Let me see. We already told you all that stuff. So after the shooting, he ends up he Googles Chad, and he finds the obituary of Tammy, and then he contacts the police. He's like, something's wrong here. There's like something's really off. And if you remember, Charles had been trying to tell everybody this for a long time, that Lori was losing it and that she was, thought he was a dark spirit, and he had, his name changed a couple times, but that basically she was going to need to get rid of him. And he's trying to tell everybody else this, but nobody's really listening.
No one is listening.
They think he's nuts because they're like, okay, you're crazy. And she's really good. She's just like, I don't know what's wrong with him. Like, we're just getting divorced, and he wants to like try to do all this stuff.
Yeah.
So this is when they're like, wait a minute, okay, something's definitely going on. Something's fishy. Let me see, okay. He contacted the police and realized that nobody had seen Tylee or JJ. So this is why, if you remember when Kay was testifying, she says that she called Brandon, because now they're all starting to communicate too.
It's all starting to hit everybody now, and they're like, wait a second.
Mm-hmm. They show him, they introduced Tylee's birth certificate as evidence while he's on the stand, which I thought was weird. Does anybody in chat have any idea why they used him to introduce Tylee's birth certificate? I thought that was interesting.
Yeah.
He talks about that he actually is the one who had to go and identify JJ.
Yeah.
Him and Larry were both asked, but it was a tough task, he said, so he did it.
There were certain parts he could barely get it out. I mean, broke my heart.
Oh, he says that on cross-examination, he said that Melanie told him that God had said that he was a homosexual.
Oh.
That God told it.
Wow.
God told her he was a homosexual.
Wow, she's got major connections with God, huh?
Okay. I think that's it for that one.
Right.
Mm.
I love how everybody's getting their road trip together.
All right, where are we going?
We got to go cross country. We got to grab me. Then we got to go all the way over to grab you. And then, we hit Nevada. We get somebody. We got everybody. Got Blakers, security.
He really did do a good job. And it was really sad because he starts to get really emotional too. And he says the same thing though. Like when they ask him, like, why would you be like the one to go identify JJ? He's like we were family. Yeah. I thought that was just heartbreaking because like they basically try to act like he just is nobody. He's just like, you're just some nobody. Why would they be talking to you?
And then when they tried to get him for, I'm surprised, is Tylee, is that her name? Am I saying that?
Tylee?
Tylee, yeah. I think they tried to say that he wasn't as close to her or something like that. And he said, no, actually, I spent a lot of time with her. I very much knew her. I knew. And then he goes to describe her too. And he gets I was like, yeah, shut him right on down. Bye-bye. Like just trying to discredit his relationships with the kids, like altogether.
They introduced Tylee's birth certificate while Brandon Boudreaux was on the stand.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. The defense is there much. Yeah, that's right. Just hop on in. Shh.
So yesterday ended up being very, very interesting.
Yeah.
As the day goes. It's also very, very, very graphic. Very, 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 very graphic. I imagine having to sit there and look at some of the photos that these people had to look at yesterday. Yeah, it's horrifying.
And
we think that some of the things that we've seen on like the Stauch case is bad and it really upsets us, but then I hear the details of this and I'm like, oh my God.
Oh yeah.
So yesterday, and I'm going to say his name wrong, Hermosillo?
Very good. Okay, I kind of got that out.
I don't know. That's what I think it is. He is basically like the main detective on this case. He's like there from the get-go.
I like him too.
He knows a lot of things about a lot of stuff.
Yes, he does.
So he testifies like all day. So he got the tip from the Gilbert PD regarding the Jeep and that Brandon Boudreaux was shot at. Nobody at this time is aware that Tylee or JJ is missing. So on 11/4/2019, they go and they seize the Jeep. They also learned from Kay that she's concerned about the kids. So on 11/25/2019, they discuss doing a welfare check, which is done the following day on 11/26/2019. When he drives up, he sees Chad and Alex loading a pickup truck. He asks Alex about JJ, and Chad and Alex look at each other like, what? Huh? What are you talking about? He asks Alex again, and he says, JJ's with Kay, his grandma. He says, I told him that would be interesting since Kay's the one who called in the welfare check.
Wow.
The guys say that Lori is in apartment 107, and he says they're acting weird, and they both say they don't have her phone number. What the? Okay. He goes to apartment 107. Nobody answers. 107 is actually Alex's apartment, so that's something to keep note of too. Chad starts to drive away, and they end up stopping him and asking him where JJ is and how he knows Lori. He says he barely even knows Lori. But the ironic part is they actually already know that Lori and Chad were married 2 weeks earlier in Hawaii. And he's sitting there saying, oh, I don't really know her. I don't really know her. You know, I'm friends with Alex, and, you know, that's his sister, so she's kind of around.
Yeah.
They had gotten married on November 5th, 2019. So they go to Melanie and Lori's apartments, which is 175, 174, and 175. Nobody answers the door. Finally, Lori ends up coming to the door, and that's when the whole story comes out that JJ's supposedly watching Frozen 2 in Arizona with Melanie Gibb, her bestie. There's two Melanies. You always got to remember that. Melanie Gibb and Melanie Boudreau, not Boudreau anymore. So they get the search warrants on 11/27. So remember, the wellness check was done on 11/26. 11/27, they get the warrants for all the apartments. They go to Lori's apartment. There's couches. There's dishes in the sink. There's food in the pantry, but there's no clothes in the closet and no clothes in the dresser.
Nothing. Not a single item. Crazy.
This woman. What's even better is when they go to Alex's, his is completely empty. There's nothing there.
Nothing.
Oh, I think he does write reports. I think that Hermosillo likes to write reports for sure. Yeah. So then in Lori's, they find a bunch of interesting things. They guns, a bunch of army knives, empty magazines. They find the rental agreement for the storage unit, which Nate Eaton does put up on his Twitter yesterday, I believe. And so in the storage unit, they find bikes, winter clothes, photos. We've seen, I think most of us have seen that. The other thing that's interesting that they find is a ghillie suit. And if you guys don't know what a ghillie suit is, it's typically what they use for hunting or in the military. It's camouflage. It's like you look like a bush almost. You can look it up. It's called a ghillie suit, Ghillie, I believe that's the spelling. But they find a ghillie suit. They also find a mask.
Yes.
Remember, there was a masked man in camouflage who shot at Tammy Daybell on October 9th, 2019.
Wow.
They find a ton of guns, bunch of rifles, handguns. The rifles are threaded for silencers. They also find silencers. There's a ton of weapons. They say they found the Halloween mask that looks like a face. I did ask under Nate's video if he knows what character, because I wanted to know that. I think they were asking in Allie's chat or in Britt's. I don't remember. And I was like, I want to know. So I asked him, but he never answered.
You didn't answer yet?
No, he hasn't answered me yet. Come on, Nate. What the hell? They find rope and duct tape, Alex's passport, a bunch of documents in the garage, which are printouts of emails from Chad that are talking about the ratings of the light and dark spirits of all the different people.
Wow.
They end up contacting the FBI, and they contact Colby. Colby says he hasn't heard from Tylee. He hasn't heard from anybody. And when they try to get a hold of Chad and Lori, their phones have been shut off. So on 12/11/2019, the kids are actually entered into the missing persons, endangered and missing children. And then they say it like the way they worded it is kind of like the public learns about it on the press release of December 20th, 2019. So Lori is ordered to produce the kids. She doesn't. I think most of this stuff we kind of know. Lori is. She gets the order to produce. She doesn't. They conduct a search in Hawaii. This is, I think, when everybody they all start mobbing into Hawaii, and you have the big video of like Nate's like, "Where are the kids, Lori? Where's the kids?
Where are the kids, Lori?" I don't mean to do that.
You remember that?
Yeah, it's the way you did it.
Shoot, I got Stauch up on the screen. Where'd my picture of JJ go?
Oh, I thought you. Gee, that's been up for a while. I thought you did it. I'm like, oh, maybe we're going to Stauch.
No, I didn't. I'll put that one up though. Here, you can see the Jeep.
There we go.
Well, so they talk about the last proof of life, and I actually I'll put those up. This is on September 8th, 2019.
Oh.
This is the last proof of life of Tylee.
Oh, wow.
at Yellowstone, September 8th, 2019. Oh, shoot. This is really blurry. This is the last proof of life of JJ.
Oh, that baby.
On September 22nd, 2019. This is what he's found in.
Yes, that's what they, take. Oh, well. Oh. I love his hair. So cute.
So cute. Yeah.
It's just like how fucking dare her. This little boy, both of them had people that loved them and wanted him so bad.
Mm-hmm.
You see these pictures and it's heartbreaking because they should be here. You could see how much they loved each other as siblings, and you could see she played her big sister role. It's right there in that picture. She's got her baby.
This picture actually just pisses me off because I do believe he is the one who physically does unalive everybody, and obviously I think that the other ones it's all conspiracy, but I do think that he is the one who physically does it.
I agree.
So like this last photo is him and the two kids. Like how sick is that?
So sick. Knowing everything that's about to happen to them.
So, okay, so the next part is when it gets really, really gruesome, which I think a lot of us knew, but there was still even stuff that I was like, oh, God. I mean, we knew that it was bad. We knew it was bad.
Yeah.
So they talk about on June 9th of 2020, this is when they go to Chad Daybell's home. When they arrive, his son Mark is eating a bowl of cereal. Chad is asleep. They actually just go to his room and say, hey, we've got a warrant, so get your ass out of bed pretty much. Chad goes outside and sits in his car. He ends up driving his car over to his daughter lives right across the street. So he goes and parks in her driveway, and he contacts his attorney. Hermosillo says that what he noticed was that Chad was like staring intently over his right shoulder. Like he kept looking at the specific area, which was near the tree in the pond area. We do find out we already know that that's where JJ was actually ultimately found. They look in this area and they see a spot that's like void of grass or tall grass and weeds, like the other part of the ground. So they start to excavate in that area. They take a layer of topsoil. Under the topsoil, there is 3 large white rocks. Under the white rocks, they said as soon as they got to the white rocks, they could smell the odor of decomposition. They removed the 3 white rocks. There's 2 pieces of wood paneling underneath there. They come across a black round object plastic bag. It looks like the outline of a body wrapped in plastic. They cut the bag, and they can see brown human hair.
Oh my goodness.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Vanessa. I'll see you later. Yeah, cuddle time is definitely needed, especially with all this stuff. Go cuddle.
Oh yeah, get that cuddle time in, girl.
So at that moment, Chad starts to drive away, and I think that most of us know that. Get in there. Most of us know the. He ends up trying to drive away. They end up pulling him over, and that's actually where he's arrested. And people are driving by in their video recording it. The second section that they look at is at the Daybell's Pet Cemetery, and it's like marked by a black dog statue. There was an area of the ground that was somewhat moist. So they can you have oh really? Oh, my husband's like, I was reading about that earlier today. So this is where it gets even super graphic. They had to they couldn't use like tools. They couldn't use like shovels and stuff. They started digging on their hands and knees, and they would take turns because the smell was so overpowering that they couldn't handle it. So they have to dig with their hands, and as they're digging, they are finding pieces of burnt flesh.
Yeah.
And charred bones.
I think they were using small paintbrushes too. at a certain
So
point.
literally like an excavation, like think of like fossils, dinosaurs.
Yes. One of the guys in the article today said that out of all the extractions that he's ever done, that was the hardest emotionally. I said, wow. Typically, and you know, they're kind of used to this type of situation. And this guy, I think he said about 11 years on the job, and he never went home feeling the way he did.
Ellen, did you hear my dogs wrestling underneath my feet? That very well could have been it. I don't know if that's the noise you heard, but I had to have the big one removed because she won't leave the little ones alone.
You had to get the big one removed.
Yeah, the big dog had to be sent out of the room. But she just wants to play all the time.
Yeah.
Yes, this is the same. Yes, this is. He says he texts Tammy, because this is before Tammy had passed away. Texts her that there was a large raccoon and he got out the gun, but not to worry, it was buried. It was buried in the pet cemetery. And ultimately, they do not find a raccoon in the pet cemetery. There is no raccoon. Imagine that they have to go through and dig up all the other stuff to prove that there's no raccoon.
Yeah.
So apparently there was like a green. I was trying to visualize this, I guess. I don't even know if I want to, but I was trying to understand it. But basically there was like a green bucket, but they said that the bucket was also melted, and that there was like stuff that like the flesh and the bones was like inside the bucket. Yeah. And so they finally get like underneath the bucket and the ability to like lift it out. And then underneath that was a human skull that ended up breaking apart. And then like the jawbone was found somewhere else. When they go back, I think it's actually a different detective who ends up finding teeth in the hole.
Yeah. I don't even want to begin to imagine how one piece got where it was and then the rest were in a bucket.
Oh, it was the next day they go back. The next day they go back and they find teeth. Somebody else goes back and finds teeth.
Oh, Sunset, that is me. That's the air conditioner. I knew I could hear it. I was getting the feedback. I hope that's better, guys. I'm sorry.
Oh, see, it's not the dogs. It's your fault, not mine. Yay.
I know. You blamed poor Ursa. Bring her back.
I know. Well, she got kicked out anyway. Oh, gosh. So he says that he does go to the autopsies. This is another part that I thought was really bad. That he does go to the autopsies. Actually, I don't think we get there yet. I don't think he does it yet. He talks about that he goes to the autopsies, but this is when they end up breaking. They break for lunch, and they have really short lunches. Probably because he wants to be done so early in the day, but whatever. So they break for lunch. They all come back, and then they have to take another break. And then I don't remember the exact order of events, but they said that like Lori's attorneys asked if they could talk to her privately. They go out in the hallway with the judge, like in the corridor, like by the judge's chambers. And then they come and get the prosecution. They ask the prosecution to go out there. And then basically Lori's attorneys are saying that she doesn't want to be present. She's trying to waive her presence at the rest of that day's trial. Like, she's like, it was very emotional. And then they try to use the whole, her fragile mental state. Her fragile mental state, we don't want that to work. And then in big, bold capital letters, I wrote, judge denied, and Lori had to stay. Mm-hmm. So every journalist that I follow talks about that she basically sat there pouting the rest of the day with her little arms crossed. She's all pissed off. She has her arms crossed.
Poor you. You kill your children and have to sit there and bear shame of it. Oh my goodness. Poor you.
The pictures are right in front of her.
Oh, poor you.
I was like, when that was happening, I was like, oh, I swear, if they let her fucking leave, I'm going to lose my shit.
You were the first person I thought of when that was going down. Like those were the last few minutes that I caught. I think that was the end of today, right? I'm like, oh my God, Teresa has to be losing mine. Oh, was that yesterday? Okay.
Yesterday,
I was catching different days. She was trying to pull it.
I was like, oh, hell no. But she does. Apparently she closes her eyes for most of it. And even one journalist said she was sleeping, but the other one said she wasn't actually sleeping. She just had her eyes closed. So either way, the jurors were actually crying, looking at these photos and listening to testimony. I can't imagine looking at the photos of one of JJ. So, and I think I actually have this. I have this written on. We'll go over that then. I'll just go over the notes. But let me see.
I agree, Brittles. Exactly. These babies can go through horrific things at the hands of them, their parents, and you can't sit. You'll sit.
She would have stomped her little feet if they were shackled to the floor. That's right.
Yeah. And you
This
can go
jury, shoot, I actually have that written down somewhere. I think I'm going to end up telling you the wrong one. This one is more men than women. I think it's
you said more when?
Men, 11 or 12 men and 6 women. And these guys are, they don't know who their alternates are. They won't know until the end. So they all just have to sit there and listen.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
So he talks about going to the autopsies. They actually show a picture apparently of all the charred flesh and bone that they found as they put it onto a tarp. And then the detective says, like, that's actually only a portion of what we found.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
So he goes to the autopsy. That's what I'm saying. This is sad. I can only imagine this being really sad and the other part being very grotesque. So that they opened the bag. You could see a little boy in red pajamas.
Oh.
He had a white plastic bag on his head. And the white plastic bag was wrapped in layers of duct tape. When they removed the white plastic bag and that layer of duct tape, his mouth was also duct taped from jaw to jaw. He still had his nighttime pull-up diaper on.
Yep.
He had duct tape all over his arms. They were bound together and folded on his chest. His feet were bound together by duct tape. They said that in the photos of JJ, you could recognize him. This is when Larry apparently is just, he's sobbing, but he has to be quiet because you can't make noise in the gallery. But this, they said that some jurors were crying and a lot of the gallery was crying. The gallery is like all the people who are just sitting there like to watch the trial. And Kay was not there because Kay knew that these photos were going to be shown and she did not want to go. And Larry was there, so he was sitting next to a victim's advocate. And today is Larry's birthday.
Oh, I didn't realize it was his birthday.
Today is. Wow. So he said that they completed JJ's autopsy, and then they brought in the body bag that contained the tarp that had the flesh and bone from Tylee. And when the medical examiner opened the bag, he said there was nothing more that he was going to do that night and left. And they went back the next day for Tylee.
That's how, and this is what these people do. This is how horrific this was, that they literally couldn't perform their duties anymore. They couldn't do their job.
He says that he's done this job for 22 years. I think it was 22 years. He's never seen anything. He's seen a lot of bad stuff. He said he's never seen anything like this.
Unbelievable.
So then he's cross-examined. And so kind of, you kind of have to know, like, if you're not avid trial watchers, obviously when the cross-examination starts, they either go forward or they go backward. So some attorneys will start where like that questioning left off, and then they'll go back to towards the beginning of what the prosecution asked. Some will just go straight back to the beginning, which is kind of what he does. So he talks about how when the detective had approached Lori, where did Lori say JJ was? And she says that JJ was with her friend in Arizona watching Frozen 2. He asked her, would that ghillie suit fit Lori? He says, I can't answer that if it would or not. He asked the detective, did you guys receive any tips about Tylee after September 8th, 2019? He says they received a lot of tips, but nothing that could be, nothing that would lead to anything different, nothing that could be confirmed, and that some people didn't answer their phones when they were calling back from the tips. The judge ends up ending yesterday. So they come back today, and today ends up being a really, really short day because the prosecutor, Lindsay Blake, she's actually one of the main prosecutors of the case. She had a death in her family. And apparently the next witnesses would be who she would be questioning. And obviously to prepare for the trial, they do, who's questioning who, and what questions you're going to ask. So somebody else can't just like take over. Does that make sense? So the detective's still on the stand, and these are when my sentences start to get really weird looking. He's asking about the apartment searches. He's asking about, he asked about the boards that were found. So they had already performed other searches of the Dayball property. And he says that at that time, they weren't even looking for boards. They didn't even know anything about boards or whether they were important. Later on, there were boards that were found in the shed that a different detective did try to match up with the wood paneling that was found in JJ's grave. Let me see. And then he asked him if anybody took any trace evidence at JJ's autopsy. And he says if they did, he doesn't know about it. On redirect, that he's asked if, like, what prompted this whole investigation to begin with? Was it looking for Tylee and JJ? And he says no, the investigation was looking for what happened to Brandon Boudreaux and Tammy Daybell. That was actually what started it. Talks about that there was psychic tips, talks about that there's no evidence that Tylee was alive after September 8th. There's no evidence that JJ was alive after September 22nd. He said this was not a homicide investigation. They were simply just looking for JJ. JJ was, when they started doing the welfare checks, the welfare checks were on JJ. They didn't know that Tylee was even missing at that point until they talked to Colby, and Colby says he hadn't talked to Tylee. So at first they were just looking for JJ. On recross, talks about was there evidence of homicide, of an attempted homicide on 10/9/19, which is Tammy, when she talks about that she had the camouflage masked man who was taking shots at her. He says, yeah, I do believe that there's enough evidence to say that there was an attempted homicide that day.
Hey, Angelina.
So he's actually done after that, and the next witness is Lieutenant Jared Wilmore from Madison County. He's in charge of the jail calls. So he talks about the June 9th, 2020 call between Chad and Lori. I think a lot of people have heard that. It's been on YouTube for a while. This is when Chad's sitting in the car and he said that they're searching the property, and she's like, oh, they're searching for, whatever again. He's like, no, they're searching for the kids. And she's like, well, is there anything I can do? Do you want me to pray? And he's like, yeah, pray. Oh. And she's like, you want me to call you later? And he's like, yeah, I don't know. Basically, I don't know if I'm going to be able to answer because I think I'm about to get arrested.
Oh, just evil.
So they do play that call, but there's also a video visit between her and Summer, and there's also another video visit between her and Colby, but they don't play either one of those. So I think those will probably end up coming up later. They were just admitting them into evidence so that they could actually be played at a later date. And then the next witness is Deputy Sheriff Joe Powell, and he was actually in charge of surveillance. He was actually following them around. I thought this was interesting. So he shows a photo of Lori and Chad from November 1st, 2019, eating at a Cafe Rio. He was sitting 2 tables away from them, taking pictures of them.
Can you imagine following those two around? Oh, my goodness.
Right. And then he follows them into a Hobby Lobby where they're holding hands. He also was one that helped with the search of the Daybell house. He helped with the search of the apartments, and he was there when Tammy was exhumed, which is why he's actually testifying. So he talks about Tammy's medical records, and she rarely went to the doctor. She was 49 and healthy. She did suffer from depression. She was prescribed tramadol and fluoxetine. And tramadol is an opioid for pain. Yeah. They did not talk about why she was taking that, though. And then the fluoxetine is the antidepressant.
I've never heard of that one.
Fluoxetine? Me either.
Yeah, I've never heard of that one.
And then they talk about, they show photos of Tammy's grave. They show photos of Tammy's casket when it's exhumed. they show a photo of Tammy in a white dress after being exhumed. And on 1/3/2020, he performed a search of the Daybell home. I don't know why that's important yet, but apparently it might be later. On Cross, he's asked how long did he watch him. He says he just watched him that day where they went from Madison to Fremont. And he's asked, do you know where Lori was when Tammy died? And he says no. And he says, would it surprise you if she was in Hawaii? And he's like, nope, I wouldn't be surprised. But once again, that's irrelevant. They're still going with this whole, she has an alibi, but that's bullshit. Doesn't matter. And the next witness that was to be called was, they ended up all agreeing to end court for today because Lindsay Blake had the death in the family and she would not be there to do her direct exam. I don't know who passed away though. I gave my dog Tramadol, chocolate lab that was geriatric. She passed last year at 13. Aww.
So much love to your puppers.
Tramadol is not an opioid. That's what they testified to. They testified that Tramadol is an opioid for pain relief. That's what they said.
That's what I thought it was too.
I don't know what it is.
It falls with the pain meds, I think, right?
Tramadol is a narcotic controlled substance. Tramadol is a scheduled 4 opioid narcotic, and it is one. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. That's what they testified to. So I don't know. But I didn't hear why though. I didn't hear why she was taking it. She was a healthy person, but yet she had a pain reliever. I don't know if she'd had. I don't know.
Yeah.
Ugh. All right.
Hey, Joy. Oh, Elizabeth said they changed it. Okay.
Oh, is it generic for Prozac? Oh, well, that makes sense.
No, the other one we didn't know.
Opioid? I took it for headaches a long time ago. It didn't work. It used to not be, but they classified Tramadol an opioid a couple years back. Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, see, New Zealand said, I am on it, Tramadol for pain. So it is something that can become dependent. You can become dependent on, which makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
But so now can they, I mean, I'm not saying it's going to hold much, but can they use the fact that she was on that because pain meds can alter you? How does that, I don't know. I can't, I'm like trying to, no. Okay. Oh, Angelina, don't you worry about that. We're just happy you're here. Yes, Donna, they really are. You all are, actually.
So that's why I'm like, both of these trials are just coming out like bada bing, bada boom. Like, here's all the horrific, like making it so that these juries, like, this is what they're, if you think that you remember the beginning and you remember the end, like, both of these juries are going to remember the beginning of both of these trials.
Oh, for sure.
The West, I don't think so.
I'm actually very, very nervous with the West trial right now. Very nervous. And they're getting what they want as far as, yes, people are tuning in to listen to this trial, but they're making it so damn difficult that if not for people like you who are actually catching it and can fill in those blanks, and that's even becoming very hard, our missing puzzle pieces might just, for the most part, remain. And
well, it's tough in any trial because you're listening for questions that don't really have any relevance yet because you don't know why they're asking them. So they seem very unimportant to you. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And then especially when you have a trial that's like 6 weeks long, you're like, oh, that's why they asked such and such. And then you could go back and you can hear it. Well, this case, you can't. You just have to hope that you know what the hell was said. Otherwise, you're done.
And there's not too much that sticks with this one. Like you said, with, Stauch and with Vallow, there's this explosive, jaw-dropping shit that you cannot forget. You just cannot. So far with West, all we're hearing is when they adopted, how they got them, and when they went missing. And there's no, it's just like their case. It's just like their investigation. Just no momentum, nothing. And they're just going to fall to the wayside again. And these two, even if they, in my opinion, even if they're convicted, there's going to be some bullshit with this, and they're not going to serve the time that they are supposed to.
I'm almost positive they're charged. I have too many things in my head, but I'm almost positive their charges are only second degree anyway.
Yeah. Yep. It's bullshit.
So, are the jurors able to take notes with Vallow and West trials? Yes. I believe all three can take notes.
Yeah. Was it Thomas Valva that they couldn't?
No, it was Alec Murdoch.
Oh, that's right, Murdoch.
But they could take notes every time they went back to the jury room. They could write notes down then, which we didn't know that till after the trial. But
I would totally forget.
I think everybody in this one is allowed to take notes. And in Stauch, they have like whole little binder thingies. They have like folders. And then in West, they're getting transcripts for everything.
Yeah.
Every audio has a transcript that goes with it. Like, that's incredible.
Yeah. They get like a take-home packet to when they are home at night, and they can go over and review and make sure that they're everything that they're being given, they can come back and then double down on.
Mm-hmm. Lex Luthor said the Cal City trial is audio only, right? And it's through the court website, correct? Is there any chance you can post in your description after? I actually think that I posted it in here. Here, it's right here. I actually still have it on my copy and paste. This is that one, and I will put it in. I'm going to do my best to remember to put it in tonight. If not, I'll put it in tomorrow. I put it at 9 a.m. Pacific time.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to listen to it live.
Yeah. And I would love to say that headphones make it easier, but it doesn't.
It doesn't.
No.
Thank you, Angelina. Okay, well, we have one more trial to talk about.
Thanks, Angelina. Hey, Poppy.
I thought maybe Britt was going to come up for Vallow, but maybe she wants to come up for...
Are you coming up for Gannon?
I don't know. I thought she was going to come up for...
She was just here.
Britt, you still here? Are you coming up for Insanity?
Come on, Britt. You want to talk Gannon? Torturing Tisha at this point, because I don't know about you guys, but I can't even say by the time I'm done. I could be 10 minutes in and I'm already worked up. My anger is already at 90. It doesn't take long to get me to 100 with her. It's just, and then when I'm ending, I'm just as angry. She's taking a negative toll in my life. She really is. She really, really is.
It really is. This woman, I have such disdain for her. And I really don't like it. I don't like any of these people, but there's like this weird, like, this is probably even a word, but like guttural. Is that a word? But like it's so deep in my gut of the disdain I have for her that I don't even know.
She makes my imagination go wild when thoughts of just those 5 minutes and her, and just I don't know how they're sitting there in that courtroom between listening to her calls, watching these interviews that she has. She's so full of shit in every which way. I mean, it's physically disgusting. It is. Watching her is physically disgusting. Sorry.
NorCal Jim says it almost hurts more to hear her on 2 times speed.
Yes.
It's actually, I can't listen to her on 2 times speed, ironically, which is I really can't almost anything. And I can't listen. And I have not listened, although I do have it all because I recorded it so I could put it together and actually post it on the channel when it's done come Friday morning. I think I actually had that. I had it up here earlier so you guys can see. And I do want, there's a couple parts that I do want to share, but so because it was all split up into like so many different pieces, I just record it and then I chop it up in the editor, and that's really bad choice of words. But so I have it all here, so I can put it all together into one thing, and we can post it that way.
It's gonna be awesome.
I guess I need to cut that out still. I didn't realize that was there. It's probably.
I'm glad you pulled that up, though, T. That's good.
So I actually had done a request to get all the evidence for the Stauch case, and it got denied today.
It was like, nope. Try again later.
Right, Salty C.
Good night, Salty.
I'm gonna after this live is over, I'll timestamp when we change cases, so anybody who like wanted a specific case can go back and like just timestamp that case and start there.
Oh. Look at that, Teresa. Hey, Lori. May.
So once we get that, because they did not finish, this is another video that they cut off in the middle of it. Well, not in the middle, there's like an hour left, I believe. And so and now we don't have trial tomorrow. So now we have to wait until Friday morning to get the rest of the video, and then I'll post that. But I was hoping to get it straight from Colorado so I could have it clear, one, and not this weird sideways television thing that we're looking at in the court, even though I am happy that we get to see it. So I'm not going to complain too much. So knock on wood that they don't take that away from us. But I wanted it clearly. And she responded, she was like, that would be like unjust, and why this trial is in the hands of the jury. And I'm like, well, I
mistrial
request whenever it is feasible, since it is in front of the jury, to send me the information. Like, I just send it to me then.
Teresa was all kind about it and said, no problem. Wait for your trial to be over. Send me whatever you want. And the lady was just like, no, you'll email me back. You'll ask for it again. Colorado's vicious with their, what are they called? They're not FOIAs, they're COIAs.
Yeah, CORA.
Oh, CORA.
Colorado Open Records Request. I wonder if Crime Curious, you're probably in bed already, but I'm totally gonna steal this from her channel real quick because I love it. And if you guys haven't seen it or are not subscribed to Crime Curious, you need to be. So I'm gonna put this over here because I want you guys to see it. It's only like a minute, but she put this together and it's flipping perfect.
It's amazing. Crime Curious, if you don't know, has a front row seat to all of this, and she's done amazing work with this case and has followed it from the very beginning. So do yourself a favor if you are into this case.
Yeah, here we go.
Go sub to her channel.
I think it's this one. I think I watched it. I've watched this like 4 times. So hold on. Let me bring it over here so you guys can see it because it's freaking funny.
Oh, this is good. Yeah.
Tell me if you guys can hear it.
Whatever. Anyway, whatever.
Can you hear it?
Yeah, it's good.
You know, whatever.
This is, she titled it Letitia's version of events.
So, blah, blah, blah. Okay, yep, ma'am. So then, whatever. Yada, yada, yada. Whatever. So whatever. Yada, yada, yada. Whatever. You know, yada, yada, yada. Whatever, yada, yada. Whatever, so whatever. Whatever, yada, yada, yada. Whatever. You know, whatever. So then, whatever. Yada, yada, yada. Well, then, at that point, I mean, let me get to that part. He's screaming, crying, whatever. So, whatever. And was anything else, whatever it was. Beginning, this happened, yada, 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 yada. All right, so, yada, yada, yada. Yada, yada, yada. So then, well, whatever. So, to get to the next part, whatever it was. Again, why do you have blood on your wall? So on and so on. Yada, yada, yada. So whatever, same thing. Yada, yada, yada. Whatever it may be. So then, yada, 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 yada. The Palmer Lake area, whatever. So, fast forwarding on, whatever, yada, yada. Whatever you want to call it. Yada, yada, yada. Something. Or whatever it may be. Whatever you want to call it. So then, whatever it may be. You know, doing crazy things, whatever. Play it in my head again. Who do you have me on speakerphone with? Because I know you do.
What are you talking about, Tisha?
Who's listening to my conversation?
Me and you. I'm trying to figure out, like I told you the whole time, the truth. I just want the truth.
I freaking love that she put that together.
Yeah, that was great.
Yada, yada, yada. Yeah, whatever. And then whatever. And then whatever.
And some more whatever.
Oh gosh, she just drives me bonkers. I'm like, I'm gonna be insane listening to her. So what I was gonna say earlier was I have not watched all of this because I can't. I know most of these lies already anyway, and I can't listen to her bullshit. You
will twitch during this one. Twitch.
Right. So does anybody need to go over the notes of what's happened the last 3 days with this case, or should we just get into just talking about Letitia? You want to go over the notes, we can do it.
Whatever you guys want.
Whatever you want.
We know
this is the case I think that most people are following, and you can see it and you can feel it and you can, you know what I mean? Like it's right here in front of you. So I think that, you know, we can talk about the notes if you want to. I'll actually, you know what I will do? I have I have some pictures that I don't think that they've shown. I don't think I've shown either. So let me see if I can pull them up.
Pull them up, please. Yes, her brother shouted what we all want to, for sure. I am just, I don't want to sound horrible for saying this, but I think I'm so prepared for her to pull some type of crazy stunt that, and I kind of did it to her brother. When the brother yelled and did his thing, instead of me looking at it from an emotional standpoint, I looked at it like, oh, wow, is this part of the plan? Is this supposed to be another, like is he acting out for her? Is this supposed to, because the jury was not supposed to hear this, the whole, and I'm like, wait a second. Am I thinking too much into this? Like, was that an actual, honest, emotional? And then I had to go back, re-listen to it again, and I saw it with different eyes. And I couldn't imagine being her brother or her family in this situation.
Okay, so this is, let me see. I think most people have seen that. Okay, and then we have, I think most people have seen this. This is somewhat of a big deal. This is the candle. We saw the candle over the last couple of days. Her brother I was really sad. I'm glad that he testified. If you guys didn't follow a lot in the Facebook groups, her brother Dakota was actually blamed for a lot. And many suspected that he actually helped her and helped her cover it up. And I think that him getting up there, even though it was very hard on him emotionally, was probably very good for his, like his healing process, because I think people could feel the sadness that he had. That's the only time that this judge has ordered his jury out of the courtroom.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's where, like, at first, like I said, I feel like I'm just looking for it already. So any little thing that happens, and I guess because it just happened to be her brother, and when it happened, and when I came back to the phone, I went, wait a second, what just happened here? Replayed it again, and I was, is this, because I look at it like Nene does too. Okay, her real stunt's going to come when it's time for Harley to testify, if she testifies. And then when that happened, I'm like, oh my goodness. But it just, that's what this is what she does. Like I prejudged her brother, and I shouldn't have. And I don't know. I feel like everything is a production, is a stunt for her. And I just don't know what is creeping around that corner. When is she going to act out? There's no way this is just going to be her for the next 5 weeks, 6 weeks.
Lex, yeah, Wes was first. I did Wes first, yeah. Her poor brother, he knows what happened, and he was so close. Dude, could you imagine that he like asked her, do you want me to help you with that? And she was like, no. And he got a weird feeling about it, and that was where, like, literally he was right there.
Yeah.
It was horrible. It was a really, really rough week in the Stauch case too. Yes. And then topped with the new stuff coming from Vallow Daybell, I was like, holy smokes. The only thing I can say about West is they can't get into any of that. They don't know any of that. There's not going to be any gruesomes, anything, because they don't have any gruesomes to go over.
Yeah.
Did you get good cuddles, Vanessa?
Oh, your nephew.
So they showed all of Gannon's autopsy photos, and I contemplated whether I was going to talk about it or not. And I'm not going to show them, but I do want people to understand where I'm coming from and where a lot of people are coming from, because I know it pisses a lot of people off that they were shown. Yeah. And I get it. If that was my kid, I'd probably lose my shit. And Landon was struggling on social media after this was happening, and apparently somebody sent them like straight to her. Like, I don't know, like that's just sick. I don't get that at all. She purposely wasn't in the courtroom so that she didn't have to see him. I don't understand why anybody would want to force her to see him. It's just ridiculous. But I know that there's people who blame her. There are people who blame Al. I I'm one of those people who I believe all these adults have some culpability, but obviously not one of them besides Letitia did this, and not one of them knew that she was going to do this. Obviously, we're parents. We all make mistakes, and these people have to live with the mistakes that they've made, and they can never ever change them.
Nope.
So I feel tremendously sad for both of them. And when it comes to the autopsy photos on my end, for me, I was not upset seeing them. I was upset seeing them because it was Gannon, but I was not upset that they were shown. Yes. I guess that's kind of the difference in what I want to say.
Yep. I kind of feel like in what we do, what we discuss, being embedded into these cases, it is. And as gruesome as it is for some, and as much as some think that it's just not okay for all the reasons. I think, God, how do I say this? We love these babies, but at the same time, we need the visual. As oh God, it's going to sound so.
It's not even that I need the visual. I need to see the things. I'm going to say some really bad words here for just a hot second. I want these motherfuckers who do this shit to these kids to know that they're going to get caught, and that people will find out exactly what they did, and it will be shown to the fucking world.
Yep.
That's what I want.
Yep.
And I'm sorry for the bad choice words, but I really don't like this fucking woman. Yep. And I'm telling you, like that, it's deep in my body that I have a distaste for her so deep that it's probably not actually healthy.
Like the jury needed to see those photos, and just like you said, that's the result of what they did.
Yep.
That's the result. This is the horrific fucking act that you caused to this baby, whatever. Here it is. Let the world say it. If not, you're lucky at this point. It's only 12 people.
Know what she did to him.
Yes. Down to every nitty gritty, whether it was a bug that determined when this happened and got you caught up, whatever it was. I agree.
So that's why I'm like, looking at them, my heart broke because I knew what I knew what I was looking at. And when it comes to the fact that is Gannon, and I don't want people to remember him that way. And I definitely don't want his mom to remember him that way. Crime Curious, you're back. We played your funny video. FYI, I don't know if you were here for that. The jury changed after Monday and Tuesday. You mean they got more disinterested? I'd be curious how they changed. They got more like they didn't care too much about what the hell Letitia was doing anymore. Like it didn't matter, this whole insanity bullshit. Like it physically changed, like how they were sitting. Like it hit them. Yeah, she's exposed. That's right. Like I want people to know that that's what this woman did. And I've always felt, and not to go back to fucking Chris Watts again, because I can't stand that guy either. But the fact that I feel like he got to cop out and be a little wussy, and he pled guilty so that people wouldn't see the kind of monster that he was, and he wouldn't see what he did to people, wouldn't see what he did to the girls.
Yep.
That's always bothered me.
Yep.
And not that I don't want to see the girls, but I want the world to see the girls. And I know that sounds, I don't know, it's like weird and twisted, and I don't know how to explain it. It's complex and deep, and
no, it's not, because no one can understand the true result in what these monsters have done if it's not fully shown. We can envision this baby and this horrible whatever, but seeing it and then getting to look at that actual person across, knowing that human being did it to this little human being over here, it makes it very, very real. Then you see the lengths that a person took to unalive another human being. I mean, for most of us, we know we couldn't have it in us to do it. So when you get to see a visual like that, and that baby is no longer, he's merely pieces of what he once was. Yeah, they need to see it. They need to feel it. And that coward should have to fucking sit there and stand.
I thought that the husband Al and the mother of Gannon, but they are both there. I know that Landon has left more than Al has, and Landon was not in when they were showing the photos. And Crime Curious will correct me if I'm wrong, but I do think that Al left during the autopsy photos, or did he just put his head down? one of those. But Landon has gotten up and left a few different times.
Yeah.
Or just not been in there. She just goes outside.
I couldn't be there for those days. I couldn't not be.
As the mom, I don't want to be there.
No.
As the world, I want people to know what she did.
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure.
So, all right, let me see what else. What other ones are in here? So this is, which I thought was really interesting too, because they do the walkthrough of the trial. At the trial, they play the video, and I actually took that clip and I put it up on the channel. It's like 22 minutes long, where the officer walks through the whole house. And this piece of carpet is actually completely gone. They cut out even more, because what they ended up finding is they found blood over in this area too. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Landon's not in the room for those. Al has been sometimes, but he bows his head. Yeah, okay, thank you. Yes to the wheel. The wheel had the suitcase had wheels. I think the suitcase had wheels. Landon is on the witness list. I heard rumblings, and I have no idea whether they're true, that she's actually not testifying. But I can't answer that, because obviously I have no idea. But she is on the witness list.
I don't think, and I could totally be wrong. I just don't think it would be a good idea to put Landon up there. I think they're for her soul.
Be the very last witness.
Yeah, like I feel like the defense is just going to try and rip her as a mother, and that's the last thing she needs right now. Now, if it'll benefit Gannon in that sense, then yeah, absolutely. I just don't see Al, yes, because he can contest to what he lived with and what Landon's never going to get the real Letitia. I don't think anybody did, but Landon definitely is not, so I think putting her up there would just not good for Landon, and Landon still has to be here for Lena. And, it's just, no, I wouldn't put her up there.
See, you're afraid they would rip Landon to shreds. I'm afraid that Landon's going to leap over and rip
that's a fact. If she's in that courtroom, think about that. You have to see your baby up in those pictures that way, and that woman, that evil monster, is only but X amount of feet from you. Are you kidding? Yeah, no, but I just think if she goes up on the stand, the defense is going to they're going to try and just shame her as a mother. And that's just not what she deserves or needs, or she has to heal. This should be part of her healing process, I hope. And this is enough right here for her, and Al did a great job.
Yeah, I don't know if they need her. And I think that, like Thistle said, what would Landon have to offer?
Exactly.
Every testimony that she would, unless she has something different than what she witnessed with Al, then there's no reason for her story to go. And there's no reason for her to testify. So unless she had conversations with T that don't include Al, because you remember the 29th, oh my gosh. Landon and Al are listening to this retold story that Letitia's telling him that morning about Eduardo. Mm-hmm. So she heard that, and Al heard that. So I don't think there's no reason for her to testify to that. The only thing that I know of would be that she was supposed to pick up, that T was supposed to pick up Landon from the airport, and she doesn't, and she ends up having to take an Uber. I don't know if that would.
Like, let's say that there was a private conversation just from that car ride, if it did happen, and we need to hear that.
That's why I'm like, I don't know if it even would.
Yep. Okay,
so the wheel, they did have wheels. One was broken when it was found under the bridge. And you're going to go back on Ickadmel tomorrow. I love Ickadmel. He's one of my favorite channels.
Yeah.
Even though it's tough in his chat, because once you get to that many people in chat, and my Summer Wells videos had like those crazy amounts, and you can't tell what's happening, so you don't get to talk to people as much.
Mm-hmm. But he's got a great chat though, for having that many people in there. All really of his subs and supporters are so freaking cool. Like, and I mean, they're a reflection of him.
Yeah. So I really like Ickadmel. So you're gonna go back on there tomorrow. I'll make sure that I'm there.
Crime Curious will be on Ickadmel tomorrow.
Okay, so let's see. Okay, so this picture is important to me, and if you guys were around a couple lives ago, I was talking about that I needed to hear the testimony more about the candle before I could make a decision whether I thought that he accidentally knocked it over, or whether whether she threw something at him. I now lean more towards the fact that she threw something at him. Now that
You do?
I do,
Okay.
I'm going to tell you why. So, can you give permission to slow the chat? You're the only one who can slow the chat, Crime Curious.
Tell Mel to put it on slow.
No, she wants it on slow when she goes live with the attorney tomorrow night.
Oh.
But you can do that. You have to do it on your YouTube. I can help you do it though, but we can't do it as the. Or unless you want us to just talk slow and not type as much, we can do that. Yeah. We do have control over that.
Crime Curious, you got all types of settings over there, babe.
So, I've always thought that this white stand right here, hold on, let me make this bigger so you guys can see it. This white stand right here is always where I thought that the candle most likely was. They take this out for evidence. Yeah. Even if the candle was right here on this little end table, let's just say it's on one of these two spots. Well, the candle wax is over here on the couch, and I think I actually have a better picture of that. Let me see if I do. Oh yeah, here it is. Right there. So you see the candle wax on the couch, but this one's more important because, oh shit, what did I do? Because of the distance. So I wanted to know where he was burned, and I'm like all over the place. In my head, if he had been burned on the legs, it would make more sense that he like kicks it over and it like falls over onto his blanket. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So, but the burns would be on his legs. Yep. If he's laying this way on the couch with his head over here, and she says that his arms were burned. So his arms would have to be in this general area. You see what I'm saying? Where the wax is? Mm-hmm. It would have to be here. Here, let me make it bigger. There you go. Here or right in here where the wax ends up. Yep. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So he wouldn't have accidentally knocked it over if the candle was here or here. His arms aren't long enough. Yep. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And if he knocked it over from here, it wouldn't be on the couch. Nope. So he would have had to have knocked it. This would have had to have toppled over is the only thing that would have reached the couch. Yep. Unless it was thrown at him. And the fact that we don't actually know where he was burnt. She tells us his arms were burned, but we don't know that. The medical examiner could not tell that. We don't know where the burns really were. So we have to just now believe Letitia Stauch, which is bullshit. And I can't ever believe anything she says. But if it's true and his arms were what was burned, it doesn't make any sense that he accidentally knocks it over. He can't reach it. No. Nope.
And it's all, again, we know we're going off of blind Letitia over here, but when she uses her hands to talk and she's talking about his burns, you see where she kind of points at, like, you know, by his wrist and going up that way on both arms. Once I heard it was both arms, I went, wait, no.
Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Like, I'm like, no, that evil, wicked. You could see she's very high tempered. She goes from 0 to 100 really, really fast. And I could see whatever it was, that smell, whatever it was, she hit that room, got that smell or whatever she thought he did, got that candle and won't get right at him. Probably at his face, and he put his hands up to defend himself, and that's probably how it hit his arms and burned him that way.
Yes.
This evil motherfucker.
Because she threw it at him.
Yep. He went to defend himself real fast, and if he
that's how it hits his arms. If that's true.
Right.
If his arms are what is burned. Yep. These are questions. This is going to be one of those things that I don't believe we'll ever know the answer to. More wax would have been propelled further out and onto the rug.
It's not that big of a candle, though.
If she threw it, you think it would have been because, okay, so let me put, I think I already have it up here. Let me put them up side by side.
Yeah, where's your?
Let me put the wax up here that's on the floor. Actually, here's where it is after. This is after she cuts it out. This is, you see the square in the one, and then this is after she cuts it out. So the wax is way over here on the couch, and then the wax is over here on the floor. Does this make sense?
Do we know, did the wax actually go out that far of the square, or did she just take extra because she, you know, like.
Let me go back to the one that's actually the wax on the one with the candle. I already had it up, but now I lost it.
Because maybe it's my eyes, but that candle looks like a smaller candle.
So look at everything's moved.
Yeah, see, like that's not that big of a candle.
See where the white stand is now?
Yep. Oh, it's right next to, oh yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Yep. Is that the lamp to the right? Is that like the lampshade?
This thing right here is that lamp stand.
No, not that one. Next to that, to the right of that. What's that?
This is the lamp, like a lamp shade, maybe?
Right?
Did the other one have a lamp in it? Hold on. Where's that one at?
Where did that lamp belong to?
There's no lamp there.
Wouldn't a lamp go on that little side coffee table? That's so weird. Where was the lamp?
Yeah, it's like a 3-wick.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's
My eyes are not the best, so.
I'm like, I got too many photos up. Hold on a second. Figure out what the hell I'm looking at. Let me pull this one back up. There. That's the candle. It's like one of those little round 3-wick candles.
Yeah.
And then we do find out through the walkthrough that they did find DNA in this corner, which is blood. They found blood evidence in this corner.
See
how it doesn't make any sense?
Would it break though if she throws it at him? He puts his arms up to defend. Would that type of glass break or no? I don't think it would.
No, the glass isn't broken.
No.
And it also, it doesn't, this kind of carpet is like fire retardant.
Yep.
It's not going to burn. There's not like a huge smoky mess. It's wax.
Right. That was a smoky mess. That smoke would have hit that wall. She would have been replacing a hell of a lot more than just that little piece of carpet.
I've wondered if he hits his head on one of these somewhere. Well, now that the other picture shows it here.
Okay, was he laying towards the table that way with his head or opposite?
We don't really know.
No.
We know that this is that blanket, but this is upstairs. This is you can tell it's upstairs. See the stairways over here. This is a different time. This was just pulled because it matches the blanket. This is not that moment.
Right. Oh, baby. I wonder if that's
upstairs couch.
And look how they're sleeping on that couch. I wonder if that's kind of like a way that they're used to laying on their couch, and where he's at on that side. Well, let's say it was downstairs, he would be in that perfect position. Like, look, he would be laying, but not laying from the other side of the couch. He'd be kind of laying from the middle of the couch.
So even if this stand is right here, let's say the stand is right here. So he reaches up, knocks it over, and it falls and topples on top of him. It just doesn't make sense to me.
No.
Let me see where that rug is cut out. That's where he was probably standing. She threw the candle. He throws his arms up and it hits. It gets better and wax goes on the couch. It's tempered glass. It won't break. Yeah.
Yep.
This is my thought. This is what I'm saying. So I think that if he's actually burned on his arms, then this makes no sense. That's how I feel. That makes me think that she did it on purpose. And so then the question that she asks him about, let me see, bounced off the couch while hitting him and landed further towards the white stand. Yeah, over here.
Yep.
That makes sense. Why it goes here, bounces, and then lands over here. Spills the wax. But in the video that she records and puts out on social media, she's like, did you do it on purpose? He's like, I didn't. She's like, you pinky promise. He's like, a pinky promise. So something happened.
Yeah, she probably tried to put that he...
what did he do that she's wanting him to pinky promise he didn't do on purpose? Because they don't talk about him. You didn't knock the candle over on purpose. Just tell me you didn't knock the candle over on purpose. She doesn't say that.
I think she lost her mind because he probably had an accident. Did try to maybe cover up the smell, because if she's anything like it, she claims to be OCD and everything, he has to be clean, 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 clean. She's probably lost her shit on this kid so many times before that anytime this kid had an accident of any kind, let alone something like this, he was petrified. So anytime he could cover it up to where he didn't have to deal with her or have to tell her, he probably did. And this was probably one of the times he did, but she caught it and she fucking lost her mind on him, like literally.
That's what I think. I think she lost her temper. I think whatever he did pissed her off. She lost her temper and hurt him. And then that brings me, and you guys are seeing in chat, like there's something about this candle shit that's important. I don't know why, and I don't think we're ever going to have any answer, to be honest with you.
Until you put it pretty close though, babe, because that's, yeah.
So let me go over here because I want to play this part, and I'm sure you guys have heard it, but I want to play it anyway. I think I got it close to the right spot. So this is the interview she does on the 29th. If you guys need a little refresher on the timeline, this is one I have like engraved in my brain right now. So the 27th is when he goes missing. The 28th is when she takes the Tiguan and picks up the Kia Rio, where she picks up Al from the airport. That night, she drives the Kia Rio back and parks it in short-term parking and takes the Tiguan. The Tiguan has the suitcase in the back of it. The Tiguan then drives over to South Perry, Highway 105 and Perry Park Road, which is what the prosecution's theory is. She leaves the suitcase there with Gannon in it and whatever evidence she still had in the truck that she needed to get rid of. She leaves it there. She goes to the cross streets of Powers and Carefree, which is close to where Harley works, and then she goes home with Harley. She leaves the Tiguan there. She goes home with Harley, spends the night at the house on the 28th with Harley. The next morning, she wakes up, texts Al, because he's sleeping on the couch, which is already totally weird. And but the 28th, Al's driving around trying to find her car and cannot find it. And that's when he calls the police back and he's like, something's wrong. I can't find her car. She said it was parked at the elementary school. It's not there. And he goes back in for a second interview. That morning, he's sleeping on the couch. She texts him and says, hey, I need to tell you guys what happened. Him and Landon go in, and she tells him the story about Eduardo. The cops are there. She's supposed to follow the cops back for an interview. She does not. She goes with Harley, who takes her to the Tiguan. She takes the Tiguan, gets it washed. Then she shows up 2 hours late for her interview. This is the 29th. She's there for 5 hours. This is the interview where she's stuffing tissues in her pants, and which we haven't seen yet, or I haven't seen yet. And then she complains that she's having chest pains, and they call the emergency. They call 911 or they call an ambulance, and she goes to the hospital in the ambulance and takes off from the hospital.
Yeah. This really showcases her manipulative vindictiveness for me, for sure. It shows that she's not insane, that she's not bipolar or have 50 fucking personality, none of that. She knows exactly what she's doing. She just can't think of a story fast enough. She's trying very hard in here, but if this doesn't show Letitia, I don't know what will.
Deanna, the night she spends with her at her daughter's friend's house is this night after this interview. So she goes to the hospital. She takes off from the hospital. She tells the forensic nurse that her daughter's in the waiting room and she's going to go grab her for moral support while she has to go through the sexual assault exam. She's going to get her for moral support, and then she just never comes back to the room. Well, Harley was not in the waiting room. What she did was she went to the waiting room and called Harley, and we always knew this random person picked her up. We just didn't know who it was. And we come to find out it's Harley's friend that they end up spending the night on the night of the 29th, which we never knew where she stayed.
Right?
We never knew where she stayed on the night of the 29th.
Yep.
Or like the 30th.
How odd and weird was that you put your daughter, you put your daughter in that position. I mean, you're so worried about her and everything that's going on with her at that time, but then you go to stay at her friend's house and have it done in such a, like, what she has done to Harley throughout this has just been unbelievable. Like, mother. And I actually thought that she had some love for Harley along the way. Not at all. Not at all. I was so wrong.
Lupe, this is before the keys. So that she throws the keys in the Marshall's parking lot the next day. So they go spend the night at her friend's house on the night of the 29th at Harley's friend's house. On the 30th, they go to Marshall's to get clothes because they're not allowed to go home, supposedly. They go to Marshall's to get clothes, and that's where the parking lot incident happens, where the other cops have testified that. And too bad they don't have it on body-worn camera because, man, and I am so surprised of all the things that were leaked to social media about this case that nobody ever posted about that Marshall's parking lot. No people were watching.
How did we get to see that moment? I want to see when she runs past the one cop, then the second cop, and they turn around and point the gun at her, and then she has to do something. And then what? She yells to Harley, "Don't say a word." And does she throw the keys at this point?
She already threw the keys.
Oh, she threw the keys.
from the one cop, and she throws the keys. And he's like, it took us a while to find him. You could tell when they were looking for those keys, he was probably pissed. He was probably like, son of a, this is making me look for these keys. And the thing is they weren't even arresting her. They were literally taking the car and the cell phone, and that was it. But she lost her ever-loving mind and took off running.
The guilt was just pouring, sweating, shitting up out of her, literally. Like she was losing her mind. Like she was losing her little bratty, selfish, I get away with everything in my life. Yeah. And she's very different in the way she handles those men versus the way she handles the female detectives. And I get pure pleasure out of it. Pure pleasure. They make her very, very uncomfortable because I think she knows she's one of those, crazy knows crazy. Well, it's like mother to mother. She's looking at another woman. She knows it's a mother. It's very hard to be a woman and lie to another woman about certain things. And when it comes to being a mom and loving your child and all this stupid bullshit that she's trying to sell, it wasn't happening with those ladies. Just was not. I don't think most of the men were buying it either. But in her mind, I think she thought she had some leeway with the guys. The women, she didn't even, automatically cocky, defensive, can't even handle it. I think she's been like that probably her whole life. Used to getting her way with men and putting her shit on the men. And look, she's done a great job of trying to sell Al's temper. And
everybody sexually harasses her, and everybody sexually assaults her.
Yep. And then even tried to do it when it came to Harley. And they're looking for Gannon, and the only thing that you're thinking about is that these guys are going to try and take advantage of your daughter.
That was weird.
What? Yeah,
that was a weird FaceTime call. Why she FaceTimes her to tell her that like my daughter's in this house alone. So that just doesn't make any sense. So that's the night of the 28th. That's the night before this, which is ironic because she comes in super, super nice. But so the night before, when Al had gone back into the police station after he could not find her car, he actually asked them to go get Lena from the house. And so Lena's going to be interviewed too. And Lena's there with Harley. This is when the cop testified that they go to the door and nobody will answer the door. So they literally just sit in the car and wait. And finally the garage door opens and it's Harley and Lena, which he ends up, I think he called her like Haley and Leona or something weird. I was like, you don't even know their names, but whatever. So then Harley's now at the house alone with these men because they've taken Lena with them or the other cops. And so she FaceTimes Detective Bethel and is like, you've left my daughter in a house full of strange men. And it's like, no, your daughter has a car, one. And she goes, we've offered to have her come in here and talk to us. And she refuses. And then she's like, well, why would she need to talk to you? Finally, the detective is like, do you have any new information to help me find Gannon? Like, what are we doing? I got nothing here for you. Like, do you have any new information? She's like, no, it's about Harley.
Hey, do you remember why that recording was going to begin with? Why how Letitia ended up recording that whole moment with Gannon? I can't remember.
No, we don't. We never knew. We think that from what we kind of have surmised is that she really did not like Gannon. And she was really trying to prove to Al that Gannon was like this terrible kid. He was a bad kid and did all this bad stuff all the time. And basically she just should not be taking care of him. I do not think that Lena bothered her. I think Gannon did.
I agree.
And so I think everything she did was to document for Al that Gannon was a bad kid.
Yeah. And
so the text messages about the bath salts, I still think that was setting him up. The interview at Starbucks, all she's doing is talking about basically what a problem he has. Even here, she's talking about how he pooped his pants at the Gardens of the Gods. But yeah, they just continued their hike. What? And then we're like, all right, well, we might as well go home. It's getting dark. Like, we didn't go home because Gannon pooped his pants. We went home because it got dark. Like, come on, woman. Like, that doesn't even make sense. And then then she goes and gets in Burger King. What? Mm-hmm. Okay. So I think that she just did not like him. Everything she wanted to do was to prove to Al he was bad and wanted him to go away. And then she was mad that Landon wouldn't like fight Al and take him. Because remember, one of her stories too was that her and Landon were like working together so that she could get custody of the kids back.
Yep.
You weren't working with her.
That's exactly what she wanted. She wanted this again. And you meet a man, you marry a man that you know has biological children. What in your mind honestly made you think that if you linked up with this man this way, you married him this way, what the hell would make you think that it was going to flip completely back to the, like, what? Just evil. These babies did not have to have you in their world. They just did not. And she did. She totally, I absolutely agree with Al when Al says you did to him what you wanted to do to me. And that's exactly.
Somebody asked about that. I think it was Poppy up here ways back, saying like that confused her. I think that it was the manipulation that he's talking about. Like she was doing to Gannon what she's always done to me, which is basically manipulate me into thinking I did something wrong.
Yep.
I don't think it wasn't particularly about a candle. It was about the manipulation tactic.
Exactly.
And he realized, like, holy crap, she's been doing this to Gannon too.
Yep.
Yeah, identity theft is not an insanity claim. Harmony, Maria, Jasmine, Taylor, Janelle, all BS. Wanting to be someone else is not the same as a fractured mind splitting into other personalities due to trauma. Fake. Absolutely. She admits it in this. She's like, I didn't really like my name.
Yeah. She's very well, for one, she's very cocky and she has a horrible attitude. That's just right off the bat. But she has this flat out delusion of who she honestly thinks she is, even with the lies, even with 7 different names. And she honestly expects that other person across from her to believe every cockamamie story, lunatic, whatever. And then she gets completely frustrated and defensive when you're like, huh? She starts out nice with these ladies. And the second they question her, the second they put her into any type of play, you hear it. It starts to come. Yep. NorCal Jim said it great. It starts seeing the change.
All right. So I want to play this part because there's something she says here that really, really stuck out when I was listening to it in Sleuth Moms earlier today. So I want to play it. Hold on. Tell me if you guys can hear it.
I called 911. Okay. And they said, hey, sorry. You know, this is not an emergency. You have to call this other line. Okay. So I called the other line, and it was a 4-hour wait for the litigation. Okay. So 4 hours later, they came. I'm still in the panic set. I'm on this other line.
Did I hit the wrong thing?
So I called the other line. Come back out, and then where do you go?
That's not what I wanted. Hold on.
The area I basically was in for.
T, it's got a little bit of an echo too.
That's because I'm not muted. Oh. So I had it at the spot, but I think I hit something when I opened it up.
Your nose how to.
So I'm trying to find the right spot again.
So then I was like freaked, stretchy and silly.
Yes, Miss Kay, the Cinderella effect. Yes, I've been down that rabbit hole for the last 2 days.
I think it's this part.
His arm for like that. So I'm like crying because, and this is where I have to start telling you, you know, like I'm like very, like I was scared because my thought process was Albert is going to kill me. Like
this is the right part.
I made a mistake as a parent and forgot to like really check him down, and he really got a little bit more brave than he should have. So I was freaking out.
Right there. Did you hear that?
I was
he
freaking
got
out.
A little bit more burned than he should have.
Oh.
Did you hear that?
Mm-hmm.
And rewind it a little bit more. I'll do it again.
For like that. So I'm like crying because, and this is where I have to start telling you, you know, like I'm like very, like I was scared because my thought process was Albert is going to kill me. Like, because I made a mistake as a parent and forgot to like really check him down. And he really got a little bit more brave than he should have. So I was
he got a little bit more burned than he should have. So I was freaking out.
Mm-hmm.
Evil. Why would he have gotten burned at all?
Right. If he knocks the candle over, unless he knocked it onto himself, he wouldn't get burned. If he's roughhousing or whatever the hell she said he was even doing to knock the candle over to be, it's also cockamamie.
That just didn't make any sense to me. I was like, something's wrong with that.
And she has managed to stage, set up, sell at this point. She's trying to sell Al's supposed temper, anger, all this shit.
Mm-hmm.
She's got Harley. I mean, come on. If she did not want, if she did not try to pin this on her child or even think that that was the other possibility, well, screw it. It ain't going to be me. And if I can't get away with it altogether, then I'll put it on her. That's just setting up Landon in that sense. Like just.
Oh, it's everybody else's fault.
Yep.
It's always everybody. It's not her fault.
Yep.
But
Like,
this was the closest in and I haven't listened to this whole thing, like I said earlier, but this was the closest I actually heard to her being somewhat honest. And I literally, as soon as she said, I thought that Al was going to kill me because he got a little bit more burned than he should have. I was like, one, what the hell does that mean? Two, I think that he did get burned and she thought Al was going to kill her.
Yep.
Like, not like legit kill her, but like that he was going to be so pissed. And if you think about all of her Google searches leading up to this day, those Google searches about the husband and looking for a new husband and how to get out of a bad situation and all of that stuff, she knew that there was problems in her marriage. And I think that she was like, that Al's going to leave me is kill me. Like Al's never going to forgive me for hurting Gannon and that he's going to end up leaving me and I'm going to be alone.
Yeah. I think she was showing her ass probably a little too much. And because she knew that he needed her more than ever because he was going off on this planned training situation. I think between being married to her for X amount of time, watching her with Harley and watching how she manipulates that child all while just all by herself between she and Harley. But then she brings that into the family where Harley's probably put it on a pedestal, even possibly Lena, and Gannon is this just monstrous kid, which he's completely not. And even as much as you want to say, okay, I need her to help me take care of these kids. I want this to work. We have a family. Da, da, da. He can't help what he continues. And at some point he's going to defend his son. And that I would like to think that started to happen more and more and more and more. So she became more and more and more on the edge. I think she was just getting caught. All her bad behavior towards his child was just getting caught. All of it. Her nasty way of being a wife. She's completely she's so self-absorbed. She's so, she didn't want to do anything financially. She didn't want to contribute. It was like, she didn't do shit for her family. I'm sorry. She just did it. I think she was hanging on by a thread, literally, and she knew it. And that's where she officially lost it on Gannon. But at the same time, she went, oh my God. Yeah. I think things were going really bad in that house for a long time. And he was just maybe trying to get past this training situation because he knew he had that coming up. But that also bothers me all at the same time.
But I mean, it's also his job.
Yeah. Yep.
So I still think he knew she was a little bit, that something was wrong with her, but I don't think that he ever was like, oh yeah, she's going to totally kill one of my kids one of these days. Like, I don't think that was ever his thought process. I think he was like, yeah, she's.
And, that's going to sit with him forever. And at this point, we can't even, I feel Landon too, because she kind of, in a sense, not gave him to Letitia, but, she was getting herself together and, they were raising Gannon because they had, the better circumstances, I'll say. And
well, she talks about how she trusted her with her son.
Yeah.
She trusted T with her son. And this is what happened.
I love Landon for that. I love Landon for being so honest as a woman to say, hey, you know what? I was messing up and I was just trying to do right. And if I couldn't, I didn't want my babies in this situation. So I chose to have their father and his wife raise them because she's thinking, she knows Letitia. They played on softball together. Like, it's not like Letitia just came out of nowhere.
Well, I think she was in a bad way. She was pregnant, had a lot of complications. She'd had complications with both of her other pregnancies. The hurricane came through. Her marriage was a flippin' disaster in itself. And she admitted that because when Gannon went missing, they were splitting up and going through a divorce, or about to be divorced or whatever it was at the time. Her life was kind of a mess as it was. And so, to me, that had nothing to do with her love for her kids or Al's love for his kids. And I do think that he was cheating. We don't have proof of that. I don't have proof of that, but there was always this speculation with this lady named Heather. And Heather's who I knew he'd gotten remarried. I actually thought he married Heather. I never knew that there was another woman.
She went on this big thing like last week. She's like, yeah, Heather's the wife. She's going through everything.
And then Crime Curious is like, no, that's not his wife. I'm like, what do you mean that's not his wife?
Is her name Melissa? I think she said. Is that the wife's name?
Melissa is the wife's name. Yeah,
Melissa.
he met her through the church.
Hey, Tia.
Harley's bio dad's name is Chance, and he actually passed away too, which is another thing she lies about in this. And I don't know the timestamp on that one, but I'm gonna look for it. Hold on. Hi, Tia. Long time no see. She talks about Harley in this interview, and like I said, I don't know the timestamp, but it's in here somewhere. She says that Harley's dad was killed. You know, like Harley's already been through enough. Her dad was killed, and I'm like, her dad wasn't killed. Her dad died of an overdose.
Yeah.
I mean, she could say her dad died, you know, which would be true, but like she points that her dad was killed. It's weird because she also talks, you know, the reason she called in sick to work that day wasn't because her son was sick, which is I mean, I was a manager in retail for a long time. I can't tell you how many call-ins I took because people didn't have anybody to watch their sick kid. She went all the way out to say, my stepdad was hit by a car.
Yes. She has no problem lying on death at all. At all.
I know. I think I said that in the video. I'm like, at all. Like, that's a lie. So when she was, I don't even think they were actually married anymore, to be honest with you. I don't even think it was her stepdad at the time. He actually had died when she was, let me think about it. She was like 21-ish when her ex-stepdad was killed. Yeah. And hit by a car.
Yeah, okay, because she was working at the, oh God. They put her in the obituary.
Let me see. Okay, hold on. From the police interview at Starbucks, it sounds like they might have had some kind of custody dispute. So I do have some recordings that I've never played. I don't know if they're on YouTube or not, but Letitia put out a bunch of recordings that she had recorded of Al and Landon fighting. I don't know. You guys might know if they're on YouTube or not already, but she posted them on her Facebook page, along with a bunch of documents about the custody disputes and how Landon's like mom even wrote like a letter, a whole bunch of custody stuff. Like they had a lot of custody issues. So unless she caused the overdose.
Right.
So that's actually an interesting thing that you say that, because there was a channel, and shit if I could remember what it was, that put out, why is the coroner for the area that her husband died in, he was on the witness list to begin with. I don't know if he still is on the witness list, but he was on the original witness list, and it was the coroner or the medical examiner for where Chance had died.
Get out of here. No way.
I swear.
Oh, get out.
I never did any more research on that after I saw that, though. I never went back to see if he was still on the witness list or.
I've always been kind of curious about what exactly happened to Chance. We know he overdosed, but who, how, why, when, where type of thing. Yeah, because she's.
Before we go live again, I'll look more into this and see what I can figure out about that. I'll pull up the old one, and if Crime Curious, I think you're probably still listening. Maybe you know more about that, and you can fill us in. But I'm almost positive he was on the original witness list, and I don't think he's on the new one. But
if she could do this to a little boy, I don't think putting some pills or whatever she could possibly do to make this man OD would be far-fetched for this woman at all.
Yeah, Letitia was 21. Perfect. Yeah. My math was pretty good.
Was she 20? Yeah, she was 21. James died on Dakota's 7th birthday.
Has Ellis' mom spoke out yet? No, Deborah? No, that was one thing I learned in this trial, though, that I did not know going into it, was that Deborah actually came to Colorado, too. I did not know that. I only thought it was the Aunt Brenda and Dakota, her brother. And come to find out that her mom was there the whole time, I did not know that. So I just figured that out with the trial. They did. So Letitia says in here, like, her family's getting death threats. And that's not a lie. Her family was getting death threats. We saw them. Yep. We saw the death threats that her family was getting. We saw people arguing with her sisters in the Facebook groups. And basically, I think I have screenshots of that with her sister Juju, where they were like going off on her about what they were going to do to her.
Yeah. They were going after that family hard, very hard.
Yeah. So she's not necessarily lying that her family was being threatened. They absolutely were.
Sadly, like you said in the beginning of this interview, I do think there are some slight truths that she's trying to get out. I don't think that she could ever utter a single truthful word, but I think for her version of things and what we're going to get, I think the first maybe 10, 15 minutes of this where she still has her nice Letitia voice in, and she's still, you know, she knows that she didn't piss them off yet with all of her bullshit lies. So she's still in her beginning stages, and she's a very, she'll make not a bit of sense, but she comes off, very sweet, very innocent, like, and then you see it morphs, changes the second they want more out of her.
And that's right, Pink Dahlia. She's a liar, but you still have to listen to her words, because
Yes.
the truth is in there. And I know that, like, a lot of people say this, but like there are sprinkles of some things that are accurate.
Yep.
You just don't know. And the problem is everybody's going to pick different parts that they think are the accurate one, and you're not going to know. I thought that was going to happen. I still wouldn't be surprised if that did happen, because she talks about her son in that one crazy letter to the judge.
Oh yeah.
And everybody was like, what do you mean she has a son? What?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
She talked about her son.
She has so many crazy things that you're like, how did I forget the son? The made-up son. Oh, good.
Well, then I was like, is Dakota her kid? Because she was 16 at the time.
Oh wow.
Al's new wife is in the courtroom with him, yes. And she kind of looks like Landon.
Real? I didn't see her at all. Like, okay.
I don't think they ever brought the pizza pocket. I don't think they ever brought that for her. I don't think she ever got to eat that. They brought her something to drink.
They brought her something. I just couldn't see it. Like, and then it was a drink and something, but I know she was talking about chips too, or something from the vending machine. So I don't know if that's maybe what was handed to her. And
then they were like, do you want like a cold water? And she's like, are you trying to take my drink? Like, she knew they were trying to get her DNA.
Yeah, she didn't want to give that thing up.
Court-ordered DNA, so it wasn't going to matter.
Mm-hmm. I feel like you really get to see her in this. You really do. You see the manipulation.
She was 14. Sorry. Okay, she moved out when she was 16. She was 14 when he was born. The gun was found.
Yeah.
The gun was found on the nightstand, which still is very odd to me. When did Al bring the guns back into the house is also an interesting thing. And it makes sense now that his DNA would be on it, because he's obviously carrying the guns around. But the gun was found. She stabbed him 18 times. My opinion is that she stabbed him with the scissors that were in the dishwasher. That's my opinion. Obviously, I have no proof of that. What?
Say that again, T.
So when they emptied the dishwasher and they got the brushes out that had the carpet fibers and stuff, there was a pair of scissors in there.
Oh, okay.
In the dishwasher. She has a couple sisters, Lex Luthor. She has a couple sisters, yeah.
T, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Sorry.
A sandwich and a soda, from what I could tell. And no, she did not want to let that plate go. We don't know, True Crime Crazy. We don't know if she has a bio son. She said she did, but maybe that was one of her other personalities. But she does sign that one. I think that one signed Dr. T. Stauch.
Yes.
I thought maybe the box cutter, but they talk about that one of his ribs was actually hit with it, and the box cutter would not have been able to hit one of his ribs. It wouldn't have been long enough. I wash scissors in the dishwasher, NorCal Jim. I wash my meat cutting scissors in the dishwasher.
Oh, do you? I love my meat cutting scissors. Need them. I think her whole
fancy ones have to be hand washed, but the old ones that I typically will use because I don't want to hand wash the other ones, those go in the dishwasher. He gave that one to Landon's brother at one point, so that explains the unknown male. Oh, that's right. He does. He says he trusted him.
Mm-hmm.
He knew how to use a gun, and so he trusted him to handle it.
Yep. When she really gets into the sexual assault part of her story is when she really, like, watching her chase her tail for her own friggin' answers is kind of like amazing. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, from all day watching her ready to like just choke her out your damn self, you get to this part and you really watch her like, yeah, it's kind of nice. And then she's faced with two women, not men, not any of that. They don't understand my vagina or none of that. No, got two women right here who get it all. And you're giving them nothing. and they got her. They got her.
No, Nicole, you know what? If they said that, I missed that. Did they say that it could potentially be 2 different types of blades?
I didn't hear that part.
Crime Curious, it says yep, but I don't know what that yep is too. So
Yeah. Yeah, it was odd. Like she wanted the hot pocket. Like they offered it to her and she was like, yeah, I'll take a hot pocket.
Is the hot pocket kosher?
Who goes to first of all, you fought this interview off. You went through all these and you walk in and you're like, yeah, here, just give me a hot pocket. Like you have an appetite?
But oh yeah, that's right. In her interview with Spencer, she's like, they didn't give me anything to eat, they didn't have anything to drink.
Yes.
They put my daughter in handcuffs and they wouldn't let me have a lawyer. Well, we learned that's not true. Because as soon as she mentions lawyer, they're like, nope, you're gonna go back in the room and you're gonna sit there until we can get you a lawyer.
Yeah.
You know, I could have misheard. So that, I mean, we'll have to look further into that because it's very possible. Who knows with this one?
I walked away a couple times, so I definitely could have.
Is a hot pocket kosher? Can somebody tell me if a hot pocket is kosher?
Well, wait. The little cardboard thing, does that make it kosher?
I don't think it's kosher.
I don't credit. No. I would say no, and they were like, yeah, she's not getting the pizza rolls right.
Quinny, that's a good point. She's like, yeah, let me tell you the story about how I was sexually assaulted and blacked out and they took my stepson and I lied to you guys for all this time. But can you get me a hot pocket while I do it?
Yeah. And she really shows in that not only are you that you didn't bang your head and you're friggin' fine. The fact that she acted like she was so petrified of this moment, but then it tells them basically she argues with this man over a box, like handing him a box versus something, like just she's so caught, like she's just so caught up in this interview right here. Just got joy out of it a little bit. I like watching her just scramble.
She won't even tell him the right suitcase. She tells him it's a brown suitcase because she doesn't want him looking for that. But if you guys remember, this was a while ago, and I have to dig for those screenshots, I think, that right off the bat, they went and they were searching the landfill. And somebody who worked there posted on one of the Facebook groups, or it was like their wife that posted and said that they told them to keep an eye out for a brown suitcase.
A brown suitcase?
Yeah, this was right after this interview. That they go and they search the landfill, and that the people working there said that they were told to look out for a brown suitcase. And everybody was like, yeah, they're searching the landfill for a brown suitcase.
Well, she definitely lays it out here to like, hearing her speak of the suitcase in this part, you get chills, literally. Like your stomach starts to hurt because she's just, oh goodness. She's basically saying like, yeah, he wanted something to take things out in. And like she knew he was putting, at first I couldn't tell if she was talking about items or Gannon. And I could still be wrong because I did have to walk away a couple times at that part. But it almost sounded like, yeah, like she knew, she's trying to tell, like I can't even make sense out of this. She's trying to tell them that he wants a suitcase to either put Gannon or take things or whatever. Like she's just laying that out because she knows eventually that they are going to find that suitcase with this baby in it.
Right.
Just sick.
Hi, Elsie.
Hey, Elsie.
Yeah, she stayed close to Harley to make sure she didn't talk. And that's the other thing. If you've noticed the line of questioning, that when the defense is up there, they make a lot of comments about Harley.
Yes.
So Harley had the crime scene all to herself. So you guys left her there, all unattended, and she was in the crime scene all alone.
That's an evil, evil mother right there. Yeah.
I don't know where they're going with that, but they're setting something up for Harley when she's on the stand. I'm telling you that right now.
She made sure to make it to where in her mind, that they couldn't determine it could be her or it could be her type of situation in her mind. And that's why the little spurts of Harley, and I think Harley was the only person she literally had at this point to do anything for her. And even if Harley knew, this is your mother, you don't, like, is she going to do the same thing to you? Like, how do you maneuver around this? She's 17. I don't know. Let's
see, were there any lies that we hadn't heard about that were particularly shocking for you? I don't feel like I don't think so. I don't think that anything has been shocking. There's been things that I didn't know, but I don't think I've been shocked.
Yeah.
I don't think I've been shocked yet. Most of the big stuff we kind of already knew about.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I didn't know the whole story about her being like tackled to the ground when she was running in the Marshall's parking lot, which I would love to see.
Yeah.
I didn't know her mom was there. What else did I not know? There was a few things that I was like, oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know about the change in the budget rent-a-van. The
Yes.
van. I didn't know about that, and I actually thought that she did drive the Nissan Altima to Florida.
Same. Oh.
I did not realize that there was a whole nother change, which actually it made sense of why we didn't think about it sooner, because of the witness list with all the different rental people. But there were so many rental cars. There's so much rented. So she rented the Kia Rio. Her aunt rented the Nissan Altima. Her aunt rented a moving van. And then she rented a moving van.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a ton of people that needed to testify about all the movements of all these vans and cars and whatnot.
Like she had all that going as all that's happening. Like in her mind, she thought she was like almost soothsaying this. And then here, all this is actually happening. And she's still going with getting out of here, getting rid of this kid here and going on to my new life over here. And honestly thought that was happening for her.
Let me see. Can you imagine how the brother feels knowing he physically saw the secret? I know it's just that broke my heart for him. Harley is 20 now. She was 17 at the time.
Yeah.
Her birthday is in March. Maybe she might have just turned 21.
Yeah.
You know who would know that it's Crime Curious if she's still here? I would pay to see that body cam. Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Harley wasn't home. She was at work. So Gannon would have already been dead when she got home from work, and then she was sent to the store anyway.
And what's your sign? Yeah, the only time she cared to take a shower was right before she was going to see the nurse to get, was it a rape kit done, I believe, or something? She wanted to get a shower before she went.
Criminality, give us the deets on what you feel about them keeping her in there after this interview and taking her phone. It was a big conversation earlier. I don't know. I guess I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know, Delana, because I already knew they did it. So I said, this is the interview where she stuffs tissues in her pants, and we've made fun of her for it since. So I always wondered about the moving van because Ellie said it was rented to one, but I knew there was a moving van on 131 with Spencer.
Yes.
Right. And I went back to Spencer's tweets to figure that out too, because we were like, that was a moving van, right? I just thought they had the date wrong. I didn't realize that there was two. And I really thought she drove the Nissan Altima.
Yeah.
Let me see. My good friend Judith is
Thank
Jewish.
you, Lex. Thanks for being here.
One of her personalities is Spanish. What does she eat? Oh, maybe the Spanish one likes Hot Pockets.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe she's got an Italian one in there. And she's like, Hot Pockets. Yeah, I'll take that. No wonder she never had time to take a shower. Ooh, I thought that was interesting that the forensic nurse was like, she asked her, like, have you taken a shower? Have you washed yourself? And she's like, yes. And they're like, did you think that was true? And she's like, no. Like, she just straight called you dirty.
Yep.
What choice would Harley have had? Her mom didn't just flip. I'm sure she's been bitching her whole life. Yeah. She is probably more scared of her than ever. Yeah. Imagine how she's going to have to be testifying. Is this video or audio you have pulled up? This is it's both. It's video and audio. It's what they played today. They played it today in court. It's like a 5-hour interview, and they cut it they cut it at lunch, and then they cut it at break, and then they cut it for the day. So I'm piecing it all together so that we can have one full one. But I can't post it until I have Friday mornings where they have the end of it. So I'll have all of it where it's not just in little pieces.
That's right, Pink Dahlia. She's creating tons of confusion. That's been her MO throughout this whole entire.
It is a green suitcase. She told us brown, but I've always thought brown. Why I believed anything she said, I have no flippant idea. But I've always, in my head, it was always a brown suitcase. But yeah, no, it was green. And it was the people who found it said it was green. They showed it in the courtroom. It was discolored green. She doesn't shower ever. Is she greasy?
Greasy. Do you notice she plays with her hair a lot? Like she plays with her hair in different ways. Like she'll do the whole, like, you know, pick my lice, scratch my head, like scratch my scalp. That's like a nerve type of situation. But then when the ladies come up to the stand, anytime there's a woman that comes up to the stand, she fixes her hair in a different way. She starts like almost doing like this brushing type of deal, but then she'll do the little girl shit where she, you know, twiddles the bottom of it and tries to flatten it out and I guess make herself look decent for a few minutes. But it's so I'm more stuck on watching her and how she deals with the different people that go up on to the stand. You can actually almost take some of her behavior in this interview and bring it back to she actually, you see a lot of her nervous behavior. You see a lot of the bullshit behavior just in her basic movements. Watch this video and then you compare it back.
What do you think about when she puts her hair in front of her face? Like when she puts her face down and then she purposely puts her hair like so that it's flowing in front of her face. Like what does that mean?
She
like,
uses
body analysis on this like weird hair face movement.
She uses it. It's almost used as like a, you know, she doesn't have anything physically to put in front of her. Obviously, they removed the monitor. They did all that. So now she's taking her hair and she's going to use that. She can only do so much with her hands. She can only plug her ears too much. And that's, again, still working with her hands. She has nothing to hide that shame. So great. Let me take the hair, flip it, and I'm killing two birds with one stone. I can shut this down in my crazy way, but I can also think I'm showing the world that I am nuts because my hair is in front of my face. It's sticking up everywhere. I'm scratching myself. I'm picking at my face. I'm picking at the top of my head. Like, she's so.
But there's no wounds. They show the pictures, which I don't have those actually. I should probably go back and get those. The pictures where they take of her hands and her head and the top of her head, and
she does not have a mark on her head, her neck, her nothing. I put some in Discord if you want to look at them. But her hands look like she didn't beat the shit out of somebody. Like there's no way. Those hands were used on that boy, and not just with a knife or with that gun or with that candle. She put her hands on that child bad. Her knuckles are red. And not from El Guardo or whatever his name was. Eduardo. Sorry.
Thank you, Jim. I really appreciate that, especially coming from you. I take that as a very high compliment. There was a couple questions that I wanted to answer. So about the rights. Okay, I'm going to be very clear. I have not watched this whole video. I have watched the beginning and I have watched the end of what they played today. I do not feel like her rights were violated. There is a very big difference when she was, she came in voluntarily for the interview. It changed as the story progressed that she was legally detained. Yeah. She was not under arrest. There was no reason to place her under arrest. She was read her Miranda rights. She did know that she had the right to an attorney. When the story she told the officers becomes that she is potential evidence at that point. Yeah. So she may have thought that that was going to help her case, but what it did was actually make it so they had the legal right to keep her there to get the evidence off of her body. So the forensic nurse ends up testifying to this before we even watch this video, but there's two different things. So she has the sexual assault kit that is voluntary to be performed, right? The other part was court ordered. It was from a judge. The legal mandate was they are to collect evidence. The scrapings, the fingernails, the hair, the photos, all of that stuff was from the court. So they were going to do that here. Mm-hmm. But then she complained of the chest pains and stuff. So then it went there where she was going to have the SANE exam and she was going to get her chest checked out because, she was having the chest pains and stuff. They had a right to legally detain her because she had physical evidence on her body. Yep. Or potential physical evidence on her body that would lead to solving the crime. They did not need to place her under arrest because she did not commit a crime at that moment that they could prove. I think they all knew she had committed a crime, but they were still putting all the pieces together. Yep. So it went from a voluntary interview, and as the evidence changed, which is what she told them, that's the evidence that changes, then they legally detain her to be able to get this evidence off of her. And then she talks about wanting a lawyer, and they're basically like, hey, you can just go sit down. You cannot leave because we're getting the court order that we're detaining you while we get the court order. They're telling her we're having a judge that's saying that you're going to have this stuff taken off of you.
Yep.
So no, her rights were not, in my opinion, they were not violated.
Nope. Not at all.
Chris says, I hate sitting behind her. I bet you do. Does she look greasy in person?
Yeah, I want to know if she hit up the dry shampoo, possibly. Give it a shot.
Yep, she was detained. She was not arrested. There was no reason to arrest her. Now, if they had arrested her, they would have actually had more problems.
Does she smell?
Yeah. Had her Volkswagen already outside because she drove it to the police station after she washed it. Well, she washed all but the top of it because she couldn't reach the top of it herself.
Have a good night, Laurel.
In chat were coming at me a bit for the things I said and how I felt about it. They were saying it was going to ruin the case. Absolutely not. I 100% agree with you, Delana. There, it's nothing that they did is going to ruin the case. As far as, unless something happened in the middle. Like I said, I haven't watched the entire middle, but I from what I did see from the beginning and from the end of what they showed today, no, they did not. Her rights were not violated. She walked in there willingly, and say they had told her, she had called on the phone and told this story, they would have gone and gotten her.
Yep.
They would have gone and legally detained her.
T, when you watch the rest of this or the part that you're missing, you're really gonna I promise. I don't even want to give it up because I want you to actually watch it.
Oh, go to bed, Laurel. Thank you for watching. Thank you for staying. Yeah, they had probable cause to keep her and to get that evidence off of her. Oh, look at this. Yes, she does look greasy, and her hair is split down the middle.
Yep.
You can see the tangles at the back of her. Does she put all of her hair in the front? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, she splits it in the back and she puts it all in the front then? That's what she's saying.
She got the whole Exorcist effect going on.
To hide her face.
Mm-hmm. Coward. She has nothing to use, so she uses that. She's got her hair is longer than it was from the last time, so now she can literally flip it over her head. I just find it very interesting that when women come to the stand, she flips it back and then she twirls at the bottom, and I don't know.
Yeah, I don't. They were, like I said, that they had to get that evidence. She had evidence on her, potential evidence. They're going to get it. Now they can't force her to do the same kit. That's voluntary, and she voluntarily chose to skedaddle instead of just saying, "Yeah, I don't want to do it," or "I'm not going to do it." She manipulates, surprisingly, the situation so she can get out of it.
That's what this girl does.
She went from a Kardashian wannabe. Yeah, how come her fake identities are not Kardashians?
Yeah.
That was another thing. She does have all these people that they asked about, and I think Crime Curious said that earlier too. Those were all new names to me. I'd never heard of Maria, or this Spanish wannabe. Mm-hmm. I never heard that. I never heard of Jasmine. I never heard that she had an affinity for Disney movies. I didn't know that. That's what I said. I wasn't necessarily shocked, but I have learned quite a few things that I didn't know. And I didn't know that she actually stayed at the house on the 28th. I learned that in the trial too. I thought she left that day. I thought once the 28th came, I thought she bounced. I didn't think she ever went back to the house until she went and got her stuff. Yeah, and I don't think so. Like I said, unless I'm missing something in the middle, not that I saw. Unless they showed it in the middle, but from reading what happens in the interview, that she stuffs the tissues in her pants before she's going to be taken to the hospital.
Oh, thanks, Quinny. Thank you, babe. Yeah, no, she gets more. She just gets more defensive, and then you're really going to see her acts then, T, and you'll. She's a trip, that one for sure. In my nice words. I get tangled talking about her because Gannon is the result, and what had happened to Gannon is the result, and watching her antics along the way. And yeah, she's evil, but it's just it's so much more than that. Like, look, I can't even get it out. I cannot get it out. When it comes to her, I'm just.
Does she have any support from her family and don't think she has any friends? I know at the beginning of this, there were some people that did feel bad. And I think it was a lot of people who just were like, you know, one, thought that Landon was a bad mom, and two, like, were step parents who understood her plight. I don't know about now. I don't think so. I think she had a lot more, like, kind of lean towards, like, how are you guys just crucifying this woman when we don't know anything?
Yep. But once certain now facts have come in, I feel like they're all kind of like her brother right now, and he said it. He said out loud how I think they're all feeling.
Michelle, I could hear the disdain in your voice. This is great. Thank you, Crime Curious. This is perfect. This is where she stayed every night. And I actually thought that 28th, 29th, 30th, and 31st, she stayed at the hotel. I never knew that she stayed at this girlfriend's house in Morrison Ranch. Didn't know that. And I didn't know that she stayed at home on the 28th. So those were surprising, I guess. I mean, like I said, nothing. I don't know. I think I don't know if she can shock me because she's such a fucking liar. Let me see. The lawyer asked the brother, does she use or did she use the name Jasmine, Harmony? Oh, yeah, Harmony. I'd never heard that one either, which was interesting. Or ever speak with a Spanish accent, but he broke the line of questioning up. Yeah. I don't know when she's done any of those things. So it'll be interesting to find out when she was Jasmine, when she was Harmony, and when she was Maria and spoke with a Spanish accent. It would be even better if she was like Harmony and spoke with a Spanish accent and not Maria.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Al came home on the 28th. Yep. Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I got a new address from the GPS guy in Castle Rock that I hadn't heard. A new GPS from the GPS guy in Castle Rock. Was that? I'm trying to think of which one that was. I'm gonna have to look, or you're gonna have to fill me in. That girl James says they did. They gave her the hot pocket. They asked her if she's done with it.
They gave her the hot pocket.
At the end, she was like, are you trying to take my drinks? Are you trying to take my stuff?
Like, yes, we are. Yes.
Yeah,
they wanted to search.
I know. He was like, we wanted to search, and also because he said when they were taking the stuff out of the house, everybody was kind of like looking at them like suspects.
Yep.
Which makes me kind of sad because at that point he just wants to defend his sister and his mom's there, and he wants to protect his mom and his Aunt Brenda. And
put yourself in their position in that moment. They don't know what actually happened, and unlike a lot of us that we're seeing it with fresh new eyes, we can see through the bullshit. These are people that love her. It's going to take them way longer to even come to grips that either they raised this person, they were a sibling to this person, they were a friend to this person. They have to wrap their whole everything around that. And look, and she killed a baby. She killed a little boy.
Mm-hmm.
She's a public enemy number one, as she should be. But then think when that family rolls into town, they're being painted as her. Whether they know, they don't know, they did, they didn't, it's a horrible position that these families are put in, especially hers. I wonder how awkward that all had to be when the families are all around each other and all this is going on. You got Landon's family, you got Al's family, you have her family, and they're all kind of existing in this house for a day or two, something like that. How did that go down?
Well, I think at first everybody kind of thought that she was telling the truth until my assumption after listening to the Starbucks interview was he was like, something's wrong. Something's wrong. You got this rental car and you're being all weird in this interview, and just something's off. Because I always wonder, when he was testifying and he said he went and looked for her car, I'm like, why did he go look for her car? Yeah. What made him think that? And I'm like, it has to be the way that she was acting here. He was like, something's wrong. There's something in his gut was like, this doesn't make sense. And he went and looked for the car. And that's when he calls him back and he's like, yeah, no, something's wrong. And she's lying.
Yep. And
so
at some point,
the night of the 28th.
I wonder if he knew about the multiple van or, rentals or whatever. I think that would be one of the first things that would click to me. I mean, the first rental, I don't even know how she got by on, but okay, the mileage and, it was leased or whatever. Okay. But then you got 2 vans now, and you don't need all these vehicles. What the fuck do you need all these vehicles for? I would think at some point but did he even know that at that point? who knows if the aunt's renting it and he wouldn't know. But then he's around, does he know? Like, you know, what are the things that are just pinging to him that are just not sitting right?
I like that too, Narcot Jim. They put the. So, what do you think was in Castle Rock? I'm curious. Why did she go there?
Yeah.
Okay, and before we wrap up, I have to ask you guys what you thought about the neighbor who had the fake account that was contacting Tisha. I have to know what you guys think of that because I have mixed feelings.
Yeah, me too.
Everyone's like, you have mixed feelings. Let's talk about it. But I have mixed feelings about that. So you guys, I want to know what you guys think, and then I do have to wrap it up. I mean, it's 10 o'clock. It means it's like 1 o'clock in the morning for you West Coasters, and God only knows what time it is for anybody else.
I wanted to get a good feeling, but for some reason, as it started spilling out, I got a little bit of a weird feeling. And then I was like, is this right? Is this wrong? And not for Letitia. I don't know. Like, how far do you go? And then, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that yet. I'm glad she got what she got.
Maria Trinidad. I don't know that name at all. Where's that name from?
Trinidad is the
I've never heard that.
Yeah.
Okay, so apparently her neighbor already had some weird feelings about her in general, but then was in the Facebook groups and Tisha had blocked her on Facebook, so she couldn't message her. So she created a fake account and started messaging her that way. And they ended up texting on some type of text app or whatever, or talking on some type of texting app. And she ended up having to testify. And I have mixed feelings. Let's be very clear. I had a fake account back when I was in the Watts because I needed to know everything that was going on, and I kept fighting with everybody, and they'd kick me out of their groups. So I had to have a fake account to get back in the groups that I was like not going to fight with people. I do not use a fake account now because now I just really could give two shits.
Yeah.
You know, it's one of those things you kind of just have to learn in the true crime world. It's really not worth it at all.
And the only thing you're trying to do when you're doing that is just protect your identity, because you're getting involved in a case where you're just trying to get information and things like that. You're not,
it's different. Like, she purposely is talking to her, trying to figure out where Gannon is, and that, I mean, she's like super into, like, deep involved in the case. And then I go back and I have mixed feelings because, I mean, shit, I interviewed Candace and Allie and Don and all of them from Summer Wells. I've talked to Jamie Watts from Chris Watts.
Yeah, but they knew. It's a little different. They knew they knew they were coming onto a platform. Your identity was fully revealed. You were clearly somewhat of a public figure. They can go. They could check you out. They can know that you're. There's some form of like trustful. What's the word I'm looking for that? That's not what happened in this case. She pretended to be someone else to befriend her, in a sense, to even to the extent as almost, well, no, she was willing to be her witness, even though I know she wasn't really going to do it. And I believe she even said that she was in contact with law enforcement at this point, but it just doesn't, there's something about it that just, and it was that part right there. Like, that was pretty far, babe. You were going to be. I don't know.
Because then I'm like, you know what? She ends up helping.
Yes.
And does that make it so everybody else is going to go and help? I don't know. This is why I'm so torn, because like people are going to be like, oh yeah, I totally want to be involved and I want to help too.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to make a fake account and I'm going to go talk to all these people that I think killed people and let's see what happens. And then it's like, wait, now you have, I don't know. I think it sets a really bad precedent for her in particular.
Yeah.
Obviously she was a neighbor. She was out there searching for Gannon. I'm not sure. I feel like it was necessarily that bad then. I think it would have been better had law enforcement been involved and been like, hey, set up this account. Yeah. But if you did listen, and they never told us her name, that one law enforcement officer said that she had fake accounts and she was in the Facebook groups.
Yeah.
And I'm like, tell us her name. I want to know her name. Was she in our groups? Like, I want to know. I'm like, I'm going to go look for her. So that just tells you that these law enforcement officers have fake accounts and they're up in these Facebook groups paying attention to the shit that's going on, which we always say they are, but now we actually heard it in court.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, I have very, very mixed feelings. I really do. I'm glad that she did it. I thought she handled herself very well, and I'm glad that she went to the cops, but I'm like, you are pushing the line. But then Christine always tells me, she's like, you got to stop talking to all these people that are in these cases because you're going to end up testifying one day. And I'm like,
Yep.
I'm not either. Like, you're crazy.
Yeah.
And now I'm like, well, shit, maybe Christine was onto something.
Well, no, because think about that. Now let's literally be this woman. Like, we are who we are. We do this over here, and boom, she gets a reply back from Letitia. She's like, oh shit, she's answering my question. Oh my God, wait a second. And then she's like, oh my God, wait, I can maybe get something out of her. And then she just keeps going. And maybe in the course of her just keep going to get that information, maybe she just didn't see where some of the icky parts come in at. I don't know. But like you said, I'm sure glad she got what she got. I just very mixed feelings about it.
I do not suggest anybody ever do that.
Please don't. Please don't. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I think that, I mean, whew,
yeah,
I don't know. The only thing I can say is the people that I have talked to that are involved in cases, I have talked to under my real name, which is probably not been better. I don't know, but I don't.
But you didn't also cross the full line where you're up there giving testimony now. You know what I mean? Like, as you can see, this is where it can land you, because look, her ass is up there. So we don't recommend anybody doing that, but in her situation, in her case, we're glad she got what she got out of her, and that everybody's with her family and whatnot seems to be okay, right?
I do think that people do not realize this, Crime Curious, and I'm glad that you put it in here, because people think that this was over this really long period of time. It wasn't. It was actually over 2 hours.
Yeah.
All of that happened within 2 hours that she was asking her to cover for her and to pay for it. That was it. It was only 2 hours.
Yep.
People are like, you talked to her for a really, really long time. That's not true.
Yep.
I do not remember. Oh, shoot. I do not remember who sang that song, Cruel Summer, but I loved that song.
It was a good song. It was a really good
song. And it wasn't for the summer case. It was very ironic that happened at that time. That was just the summer theme song that was on that channel. And it just, and then people gave me a lot of shit. Like, how dare you put that song on there when you're talking about summer? I'm like, it's not really, one didn't have anything to do with the other, but.
Nope. Not even close.
Don't try this at home, kids. Exactly, Dynamite. Exactly.
Yes, please don't. Do not do this at home.
I'll definitely have to catch the replay for the beginning of the stream. Please try to remember to link the audio for the West Boys trial in the description. Yes, I will try. I will do that.
You got it, Lex, and thank you for being here. Your insights
are amazing. In your neighborhood, avoid them. People who insert themselves into things like this are creepy.
Yes, they're yentas, and it's just not needed. Sometimes, most times.
It wasn't any of those. It was somebody off. It was an off person that I don't. I'll figure it out. I'll figure out who it was. I just have to go deep in my memory bank for that. Okay, so we've been on here for a really long time. I kind of worried waiting 3 days of trials that it was going to take a really long time. I really apologize, because there's just no way. My kids are on spring break this week. I can't. I mean, I had in the middle of testimonies yesterday. I had to go and we went to watch the Mario movie. So it's like trying to balance this whole 3 trials, kids at home all week thing. And then next week is going to be back at school, and I'm going to have to balance getting kids back and forth to school. So there's just no way I can do these more often. So I really apologize, but I thank you guys from the bottom of my heart for sticking it out and listening to all these cases. And I mean, I just appreciate you guys.
Yeah. We love you. We adore you. You guys keep chat cool, kind. It keeps it rolling for us to be able to get out some of the horrific details in some of this. And I know I stutter every time I go to get a word out, and I can look over and I can see chat, and you guys are you're either filling in that gap for me real fast, giving me the word that we need, or you're just right there for that positive support so we can even get it out. And
the coolest people in our chat.
We really do. We have the best chat with the coolest people, and they love hard. They love hard. I like the way they think. They have different perspectives. Their eyes are bigger than mine could ever be, covering as many cases as we do. So when you get this selective perspective, sometimes it does. I mean, I know it opens me up, it opens you up, and we're thankful for it. So 3 trials, 3 heartbreakers, should we say, emotional jerkers, and just thankful for you guys.
Very. Is it Bananarama? That might be right.
Bananarama.
7530999.
Yes.
The Switch was found at the house. I think I only knew that because of Sleuth Mom, who actually was told that.
Yes.
They asked for the public's help, so the public helped. I mean, that's fair.
I'll take it, Betty Jo. I'll take it.
Deanna, me too. Thank you for being here.
Mm-hmm.
Pink Dahlia, it's so nice having you.
Right there. I think she's back.
Crime Curious, thank you for all you do. I look forward to tomorrow. I know that Crime Curious said she might be going on Ick and Mel tomorrow, so that's not 100% confirmed, but tomorrow night on Crime Curious, she has an attorney that joins her. His name is Chris. He's actually a very nice guy. I mean, he answers questions so simply put that you can understand everything he's saying, which I love.
Yeah.
So that's tomorrow night. I want to say 6 Mountain Time. 6 Mountain Time. Crime Curious, tell me if I'm wrong. But it's always, she does it once a week. Every Thursday, goes over the trial, everything that's been happening over the last week.
You guys get that front row seat with her. So
this all night.
Yes, NorCal Jim, you're awesome, and thank you for filling in my blanks for me because I'm a mess.
And I love me my Allie Erickson, who I know it's very late for her, and she went to bed a long time ago. Bananarama. Okay, so you guys are agreeing that is Bananarama. So I'm going to go with that's what it is.
That's it.
Really enjoyed tonight. Thank you, Vicky. Thank you, Emily. Donna might tag that like on the way to bed. Tag that like. Push your DNA on the like button.
Yep.
It was a cover band. Yeah, it's definitely a cover band. I just did not remember the name of it to save my life.
Crime Curious is going 6 Mountain Time tomorrow.
6 Mountain. Okay, that's what I thought. Yep. Excited to see Crime Curious. Yep, she's she'll be going places. She's super chill, super easy to hang out with and talk to.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I love you guys.
Yes.
We've got weeks of this ahead, and then hopefully I can talk about a different case.
Yes.
I don't know. Because this woman drives me insane, and then I'm going to have to still do the core request and try to get everything so that it's not blurry like this, because I want to see her facial expressions. Yeah. Nasty woman.
Oh, yeah, we're not leaving this go anytime soon, so.
I know.
We'll be on
I appreciate all of you, though, and my lovely Mia Moore Michelle, always so beautiful and so gracious.
I love you, babe. Love you more.
My lovely mods, thank you. Thank you for helping. Thank you for dropping the links. Thank you for all the support. All of you guys in chat, go enjoy your middle of the night. Maybe enjoy a nice rest.
Take a nap.
In chats tomorrow. No Letitia Stauch trial tomorrow. So we have West and we have Vallow Daybell. And then Vallow Daybell does not have court on Monday. So it's trying to keep track. Make a calendar.
Yep.
They couldn't have spread them out. I know, right? 8-6. I know.
They came
Love
in.
you guys. Go enjoy. Try to rest peacefully. I know we talked about a lot of heavy things. Try to let it go. Go enjoy your families. Hug somebody that you love.
Yes.
I'll talk to you later.
Love you guys. Bye.